final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion? Vietnam, Thailand, no, Indonesia and Malaysia. Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Hazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWC.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด eSport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. BE Sport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Aspen, Todak, Vamos Esport.
Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita. Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back. The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better.
Everyone knows that Thailand have the best player in the world. No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
it's our country.
Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
Don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement. Let's go. The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Purgatory, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion? Vietnam,
Thailand,
no, Indonesia and Malaysia. Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Haju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWC.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด eSport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. BE Sport, WAZ, Heavy, World of Work, Hua Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
FFWS SEA 2024 Fall bersama aku Baby Lee. Dan hari ini adalah minggu ketiga untuk babak knockout stage. Artinya kita sudah memasuki match day ke-7. Wow, tapi ada yang spesial di minggu ini. Pembukaan bursa transfer untuk player yang bertanding. Dan tentunya bursa transfer ini akan ditutup pada tanggal 1 September 2024. Ini artinya hari Minggu nanti udah nggak bisa lagi ya. Dan untuk yang masih belum tahu nih, bursa transfer atau transfer window itu apa sih Kak? Mungkin bagi yang belum tahu aku bisa jelasin. Jadi transfer window itu adalah periode bagi tim untuk menyerahkan berkas transfer player yang masuk ataupun yang out ke pihak Free Fire Esports Indonesia. Nah, berkas transfer ini akan dicek kelengkapan dan legalitasnya. Dan pengumuman transfer player dilakukan setelah semua berkas dan data sudah terverifikasi. Kira-kira menurut kalian, siapa ya tim yang akan memanfaatkan bursa transfer ini? Apakah mereka tim-tim yang masih belum begitu baik performnya dan dengan adanya bursa transfer ini akan lebih membantu tim mereka? Atau malah menjadi kesulitan mereka karena adanya bursa transfer pasti banyak akibat yang mereka terima, salah satunya adaptasi. Apakah ini akan mempengaruhi performa mereka nantinya? Tapi daripada menebak-nebak, aku mau say thanks dulu kepada media partner. Terima kasih banyak karena telah mengulik informasi seputar Free Fire dan juga membantu kelancaran FFWS SEA 2024 Fall. Dan terima kasih juga
AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด eSport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. BE Sport, WAZ, Heavy, World of Work, Hua Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Expand, Todak, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back. The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Carrari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam!
Thailand. No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall!
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back. The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the FFWS SEA 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Carrari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across
the side of RRQ, chases him out and gets a shot from afar. RRQ They are back with a solid booyah to their side as well.
Target teams today?
Extra trade with Cyrus jumps in the back. Even though he doesn't have a CQC weapon, but Artemis, he's going to be doing heavy lifting for the majority of that. So booyah!
Việt Nam mãi đỉnh.
Go! He takes the portal out of there, trying to buy as much time as possible, and all the while, Limit is like, that's totally fine with me, baby.
Amazing, so crazy.
Fighting on fire, AG Global having man advantage with the support from Deal from afar, and AG Global with a booyah. At the very end of the day, an RRQ Kazu will deliver.
They start well, they end well, but what's
Yang ganggu drop zone kita hati-hati ya sih di week 3.
Triple kill.
I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Like that. Dominating. Like that. Rampage.
Here I come.
Final round. Fight.
Double kill.
Perfect KO.
Hello there.
Wipeout. Triple kill.
Bye, have a great time.
Yeah, boy.
Why are you running?
Double kill. Triple kill. Unstoppable. Rampage! Killing spree!
What's up, everybody? And you're watching the Free Fire World Series 2024, the fall season here in Southeast Asia, the land of the dankest memes here in Free Fire. And so far, it's been looking good for a lot of these teams as we bounce back to Groups A and as well as C. My name is Gideon Q, and of course, my co-caster for today is going to be Husky.
Yeah, it's amazing. Editors, they need a race for sure. We probably waited seasons to drop all these memes galore. But yes, today is a very interesting day because a lot of the teams will be gunning for the top one spot. The best part is that RRQ, who is currently in first place, is not playing today, so is up for grabs.
Yep, it's anybody's game to reach the top here today. And honestly, I feel like the brackets have kind of displayed itself. If people look at the overall standings, there's a clear disparity between the regions. And so far, Thailand kicking it real big. I mean, their teams are doing great. Twisted Minds, BRU doing very, very well. Falcons as well. Honestly, I think they're just looking to get more catch-up points.
Yeah, you get 4 out of the 5 Thai teams playing today, and all 4 teams have a chance to reach the top. Again, RRQ not playing today, so very unfortunate for them, but we also have some rising stars. But for now, we're going to take a look at the tournament format just to give everyone a quick refresh on how things work. Start with the knockout phase, 18 teams, 18 match per day with per week over 6 weeks. Then afterwards we head to Point Rush, where the top 12 teams will have 2 match days to get some head start points before they head into the finals, which will just be the top 12 teams playing for 1 day to determine the winner of the fall season.
It's going to be quick, but here, when we are looking at the tournament timeline, you also have to keep in mind that it's going to be going out, like, if we're going to get that many games done, it's going to be going out through a couple of months here. From the week of August all the way up to September, finally, what you guys have been waiting for, it's going to be concluded in one singular week with Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals afterwards between the 11th all the way to the 13th of October.
Yeah, and it's always going to be very important, especially when you make it to top 12, and a lot of teams want to get first place in groups, but honestly, if you can make it to the final phase, it's more than enough. This is a prize pool. Grand Finals winner walks away with $100,000 and all the way down to $3,000 if you finish 13 to 18, which means that if you don't make it to the Grand Finals, you still walk away with a piece of the pie. But at the same time, we also have individual awards. Weekly Predators get $500 per week, and then we have an MVP award as well.
Yep, and with each of these added benefits, we look at the point system, the way that these teams are going to be able to score. Eliminations are only going to cost 1 point, but every single time that you survive, other than 12 as well as 11, you start getting a good amount of points. First place at 12, second at 9, third at 8. So getting a booyah is pretty big deal. It's worth at least 3 more points than your second place compatriot.
Yeah, if we reach a tiebreaker situation, we will look at 3 components, right? Starting with the number of booyahs the team has, and if that is the same, we'll look at the total eliminations, and if that is the same as well, we will look at the survival ranks of the Thai teams in the final round, which is going to be the most brutal way to break the equilibrium. So hopefully we never get to that point. So far we have not yet in the history of Free Fire. Today's team list: Group A against Group C. For Group A, P Esports, Buriram United Esports, AG Global, Indo Stars, Attack All Around, and Vamos.
And for Group C, we have EVOS, Onyx, WAG, Twisted Minds, Heavy, and as well as BTR Delta. Now, again, traditionally we've seen Group B kind of, well, as Group A and as well as Group B sometimes don't exactly get along too well, even B and C, but I have to admit, when we are looking at these teams, and especially between A and C, I think it's going to be a much slower day. I mean, I don't get to see a lot of Group B considering my casting timetable, but when I'm looking at BRU who ended last week pretty hot off their backs, I think everybody is really looking out to bolster themselves with some points.
If you're a BRU player, you know for a fact that first place is definitely a possibility by the end of the day, right? They are 2 points away from 400 on the leaderboard, but like you said, facing off against the teams from Group C, it's projected to be a slower day, but I'm looking at Bigatron Delta, the dark horses so far from Indonesia, aside from RRQ Kazu, currently in 9th place, but they have demonstrated crazy firepower, 176 elim points, but they gotta work on that placement points a little bit with only 92, just half of what they have for eliminations, and I think if they can polish up on that, BTR can position themselves as a very strong contender.
Or never fall into a situation where you have to go into a tiebreaker. One or the other. One or the other. But as we go into these potential maps here, I'm waiting to see whether BRU is going to have another hot day, right? I'm wondering whether this is the time where it's not about like playing passive anymore. It's about really making sure that they set themselves apart and then afterwards go back to being passive. I'm hoping that this is still one of their hot phases.
I mean, they are top in elims, top in assists as well, and second, I believe, in knockdowns. So overall, BRU, the most solid team we have all time. I think at this point, even newcomers to the scene would have to admit that, right? And then you have Wasana, one of the best, youngest rushers we have. Second in terms of average elims, 8th in terms of total damage, and 6th in terms of headshot. But the fact that he has such a high average elim counts basically, already proves that he is very reliable in these CQCs.
Even when BRU isn't doing well, right? Usually that's what really tanks KDAs, is if you just have like a singular bad map. Now BRU, they so far have just been consistent all around, right? Even in the worst of situations, and even when you expect him to go down fast, he brings 2 along with him, at least.
Every single time that BRU finds himself at a man disadvantage, you always feel like it's not over yet. And I remember one of the comments online that I saw, someone said that BRU is an army on its own, right? Every single player is an armada. Like Moshi can 1v4, Wasana can 1v4. You have to take the whole team out to ensure that there's no lingering chances. And that's what they've proven over time. You just cannot count them out. That's how they won 2 world championships across the past few years.
I mean, let's look at the game schedule today, right? Bermuda, our very first map, Purgatory. If you guys have been watching, you know the rest. Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera. Then finally, a random map of the day. And now, I feel like the random map, honestly, I'm into it. I like the idea, but I haven't seen teams really get a significant advantage off of it. That's what I was really worried about, right? Teams who are really good at playing Alpine, teams who are known to be dominating when they play Kalahari or even Purgatory, right? Haven't really been taking advantage of when the random maps do end up rolling out. It feels like a lot of these teams have adjusted to each other's playstyle. There is starting to develop a tournament meta here at FFWS, and we haven't even gotten to Point Rush yet.
I think the craziest thing is that throughout the history of competitive Free Fire, if my memory serves me correctly, historically it has only happened once where the random map decided for world champion, and that was last year, FFWS Thailand, where Fluxo got a back-to-back Nextera map with the same exact drop zone and high tier loot zone, which still exists in last year's meta, and that's how they won the whole thing. And it was also at a time where people completely ignored Skylar. Like Thai teams, they just want to play Tatsuya right in your face with the Portal Go, and then the Brazilians brought in Skylar, and that was what got Fluxo the trophy, which in of itself is a very crazy story if you were not there to see it firsthand. But at least for Bermuda, we know that the top performing team, RRQ Kazu, isn't here, but we have the second in line, which is WAG, who are also not too far behind.
You know, speaking of that win, I mean, they are meta shifters, right? Every single time we have a new champion, they bring something new to the table, and that's what we are seeing, the echoes, you know, that are rippling through time and space. That's why we know a lot of teams nowadays are actually looking to play for information. They're looking for those thirds. It's not as run into your face as possible, and the teams that usually do that are getting punished significantly for it too.
Yeah, and the recent patches have definitely shifted it a little bit, right? Portal Go's having the buffer, they're more expensive. Stars to watch though for today: Moshi, Allen, and Ray. Of course, Moshi, even when you look at the weekly highlights, right, majority of the star featured players are snipers from their respective team, with Moshi being in first place as always. So you cannot count him out. I'm very glad that the sniper meta is back. I'm very glad that they are getting a lot more respect than they usually do. Also, in part that Skylar is a part of the meta right now, as we're gonna hop into Bermuda in just a little bit.
Yep, I'm excited for this. I want to see the fresh new take on Bermuda, this time between A and C. So far, never get to see Group B in their usual bloody ways, but now, between A and C, I'm comfortable with the way that they like to drop, especially on a default map. Especially the very first time you touch the game, this is the soil that you're going to be walking on. Get ready, everybody, as we head on into the plane for our very first map of the day here at the Free Fire World Series. Give it up for Bermuda.
And also, this is the halfway point of the group stage. By the end of this weekend, we would have elapsed the first half of the knockout stage, which in of itself is a pretty crazy milestone to reach, especially for the teams who are trying to catch up into that top 12. Again, I'm looking at Bigatron Delta, see if they can make a splash today. There was a meme posted on Instagram for the Free Fire Malaysia official page saying that BTR is one of the king slayers, you know, the killer of the Thai teams. We'll see if they can prove it.
I mean, the last time I saw that meme was strapped against the wall, a Galaxy S24 Ultra, and I was just like, no way, why would somebody leave this out in the open? But it's so clear that it stands out in a blank, empty room. But let's jump right into it here. As we see the flight path, very default, very normal, goes straight right across, giving a good spread for all of these teams. But we're looking for early engagements, which I don't see too many of, other than maybe Twisted Minds and EVOS.
There's a chance for Indostars and Onyx Olympus to kick it off as well on that eastern side of the map. Two teams that have been struggling ever since EWC, which was a big shocker, right? Because they both went into that Esports World Cup being the top contenders, and they just kind of fumble at the end. And we're still looking for recovery, at least for Indostars, placed in 15th currently. We started out with EVOS Divine taking on Twisted Minds.
Here we go. Now, EVOS Divine, at the very least, they have Aim God here perched, making sure that at the very least they don't see Twisted Minds trying to expand their territory. The rest of the EVOS members are going to get looted up as quickly as possible, but they've got more ground to actually work with outside of the plantation.
It's not an easy spot to drop if you're Twisted Mind, right? Going onto the dam as a drop spot, only one way out of there. So thankfully, EVOS Divine decides to just give it away. On the other hand, Factory here, it's going to be AG Global and WAG. Shots are fired, Allen to kick it off.
The esports just lurking on the lingering end. They're getting shot from the outside here. WAG. Oh no, Tyrus! No, you don't want to get knocked down just like that, especially since the rest of your team isn't there to kind of back you up.
That's a double revive straight off the bat for AG Global, and I think it's a very good time to talk about X-Bor for WAG, a literal rising star in that sniper role. He is absolutely deadly. The past 2 weeks, he was one of the few reasons that WAG is in the spot that they're currently in, 7th place. And a lot of the times, it's just him taking all these insane shots and hitting them on the mark. AG Global off to a horrible start.
Not the greatest for them now, because the rest of PE Esports are going to start attacking the lingering members around, like Caramel, for an example, left all by himself in the sniper role with no backup whatsoever. He's going to have to try and 1v1 this. LBT trying to delay him as much as he can, waiting for the backup to actually come.
Should be an easy cleanup as support arrives, and yeah, Caramel gets dropped. No help needed. LBT cleans it up. AG Global continues to struggle in this opening sequence. That's 3 points given away to enemy teams, and this time, I gotta wait a while for that revive to come true.
Yeah, not too bad, especially when they have to fight around POIs, right? Strangely enough, AG, they're going to go for the closest POI. They don't want to go any further, and WAG has kind of caught on to the scent as they're trying to push into the structure as well. Don't worry, they still have another AG member alive and kicking, but he's on his way to the opposite side of the map, I would imagine.
And Sci-Fi is the most decked out members, right? Because all three of his teammates have gone down. Two of them just got revived. So if Sci-Fi goes down, it's a hard reset for AG Global. Thankfully, I'm not going to see him. WAG also pulls away from Factory. In fact, brushing shoulders with PE. Maybe not Hong Ang though, spotting two WAG members walking past but not getting a clear shot.
Ooh, could this be the time that AG is able to sneak away from this? I mean, fortune favors the bold here, but you don't have to be that bold just yet. And I think that, with PE being this aggressive and looking for any kind of picks across the map, works perfectly fine for every team out there. Maybe not so much for WAG, but it's not like they can't use it.
If you're PE, you could use these extra points, right? You are in 14th place currently on the leaderboard, and also a team that was the only team that made it to EWC from Vietnam and yet not able to kind of make the splash, at least a splash as big as they would have wanted. So this is a very crucial tournament for PE to prove their mettle. You compare them with teams like WAG, who is currently performing way above expectations. But turn our attention to Attack All Around and EVOS Divine. Attack All Around having high ground advantage.
Attack All Around, if they are going to take a fight, they know for sure there's going to be around the area. And considering this is only the very first stream, right, there's still plenty of opportunities for players to actually help it. With that being said, also very I think this is
haven't used the binoculars yet, but I think the read is right? You have a compound, there's high ground, circle is just first phase. There's not much need to kind of take that risk, although it would be a bit of a pain if a third party shows up from that low ground. For now, EVOS, they're kind of watching their backs. At least ImGod is doing so. Attack All Around is going to take the spot as well. Very slow start, kind of like what we predicted between these two groups. Even BRU, who took peak, mostly has been staying very still.
A lot of these teams want to stay perfectly still, right? Again, as expected, we're not expecting the bloodiest of bloodiest battles between these two groups. I think they've learned off of each other well enough that most of the time that doesn't end well for the person who starts the engagement. I think that EVOS Divine is making the smarter decision here. Just walk away from it. There's plenty of space. There's plenty of landmass to work with. Lots of real estate. They'll be absolutely fine even if they let this elim go.
Love the rotation from EVOS Divine. Puts them far away from Attack All Around and also still maintaining, having decent ways to get deeper into the safe zone if they need. This Twisted Mind actually missing AG Global, which is good news for them, but WAG now faces off against Indo Stars. A 1-for-1 trade so far. Krillin might be finished off by Raz. Backup is needed. Toronto and Alan Cyrus both show up. Raz gets taken down, but not before he drops the second member of WAG. So it's going to be rescue duty for the members of WAG, but X-Born makes sure that he clocks in 3 for his team. Indo Stars getting dropped left, right, and center is 6 points for WAG so far.
So worth it for WAG, and these points are so great, especially in the earlier stages. Here by Mars Electric, they've got a full compound to work with, plenty of great POIs as well until that circle starts closing in. Let's see where this next pull is going to be, and honestly, it's not too far. This is very worth it for WAG. They basically ensured, once they ensure that their backs are going to be clear, then things are going to be a lot more alleviated in terms of the pressure early on from getting flanked. But let's look over Heavy and as well as Attack All Around.
See if Heavy can hold down Attack All Around. Limit, of course, being the spearhead to kind of get some intel before the rest of the team joins in with the portal go. And of course, contact has been made. Heavy might be flanked from behind, and Heavy, he has done a pretty good job now bringing the rest of his team in. It's a green light to take on Heavy. Jump God with the charge. Hans though gets the first drop onto Pokey. Jump God around the corner, cannot get a clear line of sight. Heavy now has man advantage. Instant revive, but Jump God finally brings down Artemis, now having to dash away with the Tatsuya. Hans with the chase, finds the drop, get nice as well, finding Poon God. Attack All Around, getting shot from all around. It's 3 of them down, and Heavy wins that one.
Heavy is playing it nice and well. I mean, honestly, I thought, considering the attack that was happening and the way that Attack All Around did the quick feint and then straight into the right straight for the gut, it was looking good if they had just gotten at least one more knockdown. I think that would have been the difference maker here. VRU, going back to their VRU ways, hunting down whoever's left. They find 18 deer, and WAG, they do hear the gunshots, the massacre happening by Porchinok. Sorry.
I mean, WAG has been very patient. We talked about X4 being kind of the star of the show, one of the rising players of the team, not only showing us that he can play, he's astounding in the sniper role, but even just now in the CQC, he pulled his weight, and the fact that he did not want to take on VRU after hearing the gunshots is a very good decision. Meanwhile, Heavy now losing members themselves to EVOS Divine. There's 3 of them down, and Heavy on the last legs with one last survivor.
See how long he's going to make it as we caught on over to WAG. Krillin all by himself against all 4 members of Onyx. Not going to be able to close that distance to save him. Maybe they can give a bit of backup here as Krillin tries to take the portal, go back. Nah, still gets punished regardless. Doesn't look like they can get a safe passage in, or at least a rotation that they were looking for. A little sad here, but it's great for at least Onyx Olympus. Now that they've confirmed that people are not by their backs here by Mars Electric, it's kind of free for how they want to play this. Oh no! Attack all around getting eliminated straight away at 12.
Unfortunately, no revives after, even though there has been some time. I suppose there's not enough resources for them to do so. What a start for attack all around. Of course, they're placed in 6th. Maybe that would change after this round. EVOS Divine showing up right now, taking on AG Global, the one that took out attack all around. Today, from afar with that RGS 60 grenade launches, explosive to provide support fire. ABAX leading the charge, but it's stopped with the Bison to get 1. Of course, the reply comes in from ABAX and AimGod for EVOS Divine, getting advantage, slowly wiping out the members of AG Global. Only Cypher to remain, and they are just gonna try and hunt him down. 6 eliminations so far for EVOS.
Oh, the just hail of nades from the RGS, from Tro, whatever you want, just lob it at them, break their position wide open, and then start running the rest of the members down, get the free points, hit a marketplace off just for funsies. And for the most important part here is whether or not they actually make it back into the ring in a safe spot. And that's what I'm worried about for EVOS Divine, right? Because as we are moving to the 4th and as well as 5th ring, that's when we're expecting a lot of these teams to start hunkering up. Wait, hold on, Cypher's already taken out too. This is, hey, Cypher, go down, please. No, as he turns it, he might be able to actually win this with EVOS Divine really struggling to take the place. 2 glue walls to isolate the fight, 1 CQC, and it's not enough. Cypher finally goes down. Thank goodness, that was about to be the turnaround of the century had he won.
Yeah, that could have been a wipeout, as I think they took himself out with the grenade launcher, and that itself could have been a disaster. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, will face up against Vamos and Diamond, already pretty injured. Of course, Vamos taking the tunnel underneath Clock Tower as a supportive angle, and now a third party shows up, and Vamos is aware of this, right? Nace flying in from an unknown point, I believe, is delivered by Bigatron Delta. So Twisted Minds falls deeper into Clock Tower, leaving Bigatron to deal with Vamos.
Clock Tower is always an interesting spot to play from. A lot of places you can actually hunker down, especially since they're on the north side. Twisted Minds playing to what they love doing, right? Hit up that Clock Tower, play for the secondary building. Well, not secondary building, the second elevated building there. With that, they have a great view of the ring. Do they know that? Oh, does he know that Razor? Did he hear a sound?
I think so. Holding his breath. Factory on the other side of the map also getting very crowded. So it's Clock Tower and Factory. Of course, the circle is moving away from Clock Tower. VRU taking point on top of the roof, but guess who has their vantage points? Get nice from Heavy. And Heavy really spread out. It's a 2-2 split from the team. None of them in the safe zone just yet, but they definitely have a lot of intel that can be gathered depending on how much Get Nice can relay to the rest of his team. VRU decide to drop into Factory themselves and start working their way, clearing out these tight corners because they know they have to start moving.
I would only imagine that at least one person on each of the 2-man squads from Heavy has at least a portal go to maybe get themselves out of a difficult spot, or at least regroup together in case things really don't go to plan. But that's under the assumption that things are going to go terribly wrong. So we do see that Vamos actually taking a full engage against Twisted Minds, and everybody wants to be a part of it.
Exposé He needs help, but might not be able to receive it in time. Trogon explosion, not sufficient. And meanwhile, Todak actually gets a multi-target nade off screen as two fights breaks out. At the same time, Vamos Jun finds the execution on the Exposee. Lufty also gets himself one. Vamos clocking in 3 points so far. Saming looking to be number 4 as they break down the blue wall. Saming with the mine in the hand will not be able to accomplish much. Vamos wipes out Twisted Minds.
Well, that's unfortunate, but now Vamos is still in it to win it, right? Underneath Clock Tower, they need to start walking out, but unfortunately, if they do wait, they get the initial knock and the elimination onto Caramel. That's some great points, but can they walk out for free? I don't think EVOS is going to let them do that.
It's going to be a boss rush. Lufty needs a bit of time to start patching himself up. Will be able to do so in time as the swing around from Ekao finds Ray, drops the dome as well. The time turner to keep himself safe from long snipes. And BTR Delta finally showing their presence. This is a team that we say could be dark horses, and so far they've been doing fantastic.
Man, this is a terrible, this is a pretty awful end zone to play in. Not one big structure right in the center, and the 6 ring pulls towards away from it as well. People are gonna start dying here. Whoever didn't make the hard prediction of where this end zone is going to be is gonna get punished, and that's gonna be AG first. As Get High does find one knock onto Indostars, who gets eliminated almost immediately after. And now look at the situation that they're playing with. They only have one wall. They have to somehow play on the higher elevation that basically doesn't have any cover anyways. And even the low ground, which is an even worse quality piece of real estate.
Only 2 teams are in the clear for now. It's going to be pretty tough. We see Onyx Olympus also making a mad dash, but not before having to deal with Heavy on the other end. WAG, we can see Alan on the screen as well. The circle pulls away from BTR. So BRU not in the circle. Vamos and EVOS getting the read correctly. As I speak about Vamos, Jun gets taken out, but not before Heavy gets eliminated, followed by Vamos. 5 teams remain.
Oof, such a bloody battle here. The ring has not been kind at all. And now, the nades once more to force anybody off of the god position. And it's not even the greatest of positions, but P Esports, they're taking the in-between.
With full squad still alive, but most of them actually kind of suffering some damage. Eka will eliminate the remnants of EVO's Divine. So 4 teams remain. P Esports, the one with the full squad left. LBT not long for this world as he is knocked down by Kyung Shogun. Hong Ang receiving massive bombardment from BTR. Coming in from the southern side, wiping out WAG. BTR looking to start off the day strong as Onyx Olympus down to the last legs, at least in the front lines. As Kiba is getting absolutely ran through, but Koja gets sniped by Jack from afar to equalize the playing field. As Onyx Olympus now going in for the rush. Gary with the finisher first. The wraparound, double prong attack. Ekao under pressure by Zairu as the Labyrinth of Blue Wall gets placed up. Onyx Olympus turning the tides. Kiba goes down. BTR still 2 left alive, but with a man disadvantage, Onyx Olympus look to push the envelope as the Blue Walls gets melted down. Gary with the spray down, and Kyung not long for the world. Onyx Olympus with the Booyah to open up victory.
Woo! They needed that. They needed that momentum boost for them for today, especially off of our very first map. BTR pretty close, but if Koja didn't get knocked down there, oh, it could have been a different story. Really good work here from Jack. Really good work from Onyx Olympus.
And the form of Onyx Olympus that I think has been missing for the first 2 weeks. And don't get me wrong, they have decent placement points, decent eliminations, I think, for a team that's placed 11th prior to week 3, but we've seen more from them. We've seen them play at the top of their game. They've taken down teams like BRU and even RRQ Kazu to a certain extent. This is a great start. I mean, Jack really stepping up to the occasion.
Really did. Really good stuff all across the board. They identified the quality of the land. They identified the best place to actually walk towards. And better yet, a lot of that space was given for free. And luckily, they took the opportunity to start flushing out any of the teams who wanted to get the higher piece of the landmass. And once they flushed them out with the nades, oh, dear Lord, it was just a slaughtering fest.
And even BRU could not survive the brutal reality of the circle in this map number 1, right? They were wiped off screen despite having a decent sequence on that elimination feed that we unfortunately didn't get to catch. So overall, I think, you know, the BTR, Onyx Olympus, and even WAG, they've been getting the read right, but most importantly, they've been handling that endgame scenario the best they could. Of course, for Onyx Olympus, they were just given the leverage of having more space to work with. being able to kind of see where BTR is coming from and fighting an already exhausted BTR gave them even more advantage.
Yeah, and so many things could have turned differently there. I think FWAG just worked a little bit on their the way the mid game was going to go, but then again, today we got, at least for map number 1 here on Bermuda, the flight path, great. But by 5th ring, it was basically unplayable for a lot of these teams, right? Anybody who wanted to play on the outer ring was going to get punished inevitably. And I think we saw that big inflation happen by the 4th ring already, when we're seeing teams really noticing, hey, there's not a lot of structures to work with, and whatever teams are looking to play the flank are actually tanking so much of the blue already just to get back in.
Yeah, and we were also highlighted 2 crucial areas on the map, right? We talk about the clock tower and factory, 2 very important point of interest for a lot of these teams, and we thought it was going to end somewhere on the southern side of clock tower, but then it skewed towards factory, and that's why BTR had to swiftly abandon that big compound that they got to make this dash into the final zone. And it's a bit unfortunate that Onyx Olympus kind of lucked out with the read because they were camped around factory for the longest of time, but you gotta admit, despite Onyx Olympus walking away with the win, BTR put up a pretty good fight.
I think, at the end of the day, getting a booyah is all great, but the real question is whether or not they have the elimination points to actually back that up, right? Because again, as you mentioned, Onyx Olympus was been chilling the whole time towards factory side, so unless they are able to actually, get maybe a 10-pointer, I would say closer towards 7 points overall, because then again, it's very hectic in those tight moments.
Yeah, and I think especially when you have so many teams kind of running at each other, Onyx Olympus just kind of bided their time. So I really want to hear what the Onyx Olympus boys have to say. This is their to throw it to the host Indonesia. Now,
for the first booyah in the 3rd week, Onyx Olympus! Congratulations and hi, Gareth. Can you say hi to audience?
Hello.
All right, so you are almost under top 12 in the overall standing. What will you do to level up your position?
Kan tim kalian hampir banget ada di bawah top 12 nih, 12 besar. Apa yang akan kalian lakukan biar bisa naik lagi posisi kalian?
Yang penting setiap matchnya kita konsisten ngisi poin minimal paling kecil 10 lah setiap match.
The most important thing is we play consistently, so at least we can get at the top 10.
I hope so. And how confident are you to go to the point rush and grand finals?
Seberapa percaya diri kalian biar untuk bisa sampai ke point rush dan grand final?
Yang pasti kita percaya 100%.
Of course, we are 100% confident.
Oh, confidence. I like it. And we still have 5 games because this is the first game for 3rd week. So, Caster, take it away.
Oh, you hear it short, simple, run direct from Onyx Olympus. They aim to make it to top 10 today. I think they have a good chance of doing so. In fact, I think after that previous round, they've kind of locked in their spot temporarily. Now it's a matter of how far they can push it.
I mean, you can tell when he's up on that stage, he's nervous, man. He's like, man, we still have a tall mountain to climb. Just because of one booyah doesn't mean that we're going to end the day just like that. It could go sour from there. But let's talk about our top 3 ranking predictions right now. You're going for BRU Twisted Minds AG. I'm going for the same thing with one change with BTR Delta. I'm really starting to grow on this team. I feel like they can do it.
Yeah, I think they have a great chance as well, considering that game 1 BTR made it to top 2, almost getting the booyah for themselves. I definitely would not count them out, but it's a tall mountain to climb, right? You look at the point differential, even prior to week 3, AG miles ahead of BTR. But if BTR can somehow make that top 3 run, I think not just me, but a lot of people would lose their minds, because this team has been dubbed the Dark Horses and they have delivered on that so far.
They've been delivering it time and time again. And I just don't know what their exact strategy is going to be, right? Because it always develops past these day after day, but most importantly, dependent on the groups. We've seen them last week start griefing people on purpose, even if they're not doing the greatest, but come up with some really high kill points overall to compensate. So I don't know whether today they're taking a more passive approach of like, okay, we can't get away with this group. We got to take it a lot slower and then really use our heat towards the latter half of the game.
Let's take a look at the MVP for game number 1. Of course, from Onyx Olympus. I'm pretty sure, 100% sure it's going to be Gary. Yep, there it is on your screens, rocking the A124, 4 eliminations with 5 headshots to boot. Great support player for the team, and of course, it felt like he's been overshadowed because Jack landed a crucial shot at the end, but trust me, Gary, when he hits those marks, he makes sure that he enables Onyx Olympus to kind of go for the cleanup, and he has been doing it in a perfectly clean manner.
Hey, his nades mattered here. While people are using RGSs, they're using whatever they can to lob the grenades. He's like, nah, I got a pet. That's all I got. I do it by hand, brother. I make sure that they get pushed out by my own 2 hands. And it's great. It's great to see that they got lucky in this position. The question is whether they can do it one more time. 4 eliminations was great. 5 headshots overall. That's why Gary, with no surprise, is going to be our MVP. But I think the consistency is what I'm most concerned about for this team.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think Onyx Olympus have shown time and time again that they have been struggling in keeping that tempo going, right? You ride a wave, and then at some point it just ends up swallowing you. It's like you kind of go surfing, and then you could not handle the tidal wave that you have built for yourself, and that's what Onyx Olympus need to contend with today if they want to stay in top 10. But when Gary has a good round, you can really see it in the performance. He's landing nades, he's winning CQCs, he's taking matters into his own hands.
He's just like locked in. He's always just ready to go. And I think that once he is able to kind of tap into that consistently, that's when we're going to see a devastating, a monstrous even Onyx Olympus. I mean, let's look at the lineup so far and break it down.
I mean, you see 2 A124s, a Steffi, a Skylar, 3 Avron to boot. So this is one of the few teams that does not run a Tatsuya at all, right? We're not worried about them dashing straight into your face, but what they do have is in exchange is a ton of utility. Steffi to block out explosives, 2 A124 to disable your passive for the rest of your life, triple Avron just to gather intel on the number of enemies in a particular area, and they work off of that information perfectly. And I think that's what allowed them to get the perfect read in game number 1.
I think that's why a lot of teams were trying to like stray away from it. They're like, oh man, they're going to disable our passives. Worst yet, they're actually really good at sitting still in one spot and harassing you if you're not looking to push out. Because as soon as you do start pushing out, Onyx, as long as they predetermine, okay, we don't want to control that piece of land, you can go. They put a tax on your movement, and worst yet, if you think you're going to hunker back down, they're going to start flushing you out of that positions, whether it be by nades or just gunning you right through your blue walls.
I mean, it's hard to play when the enemy team essentially has map pack, right? They put you under a microscope. Elimination leaders on our screen, Ikao leading with 7 eliminations. And it's a good time to talk about Ikao as well, right? The latest addition to Bigotron Delta, current Dark Horse, but also at the same time when he was with Thorad for, a good year plus. Thorad has always made it close, but not when it matters the most. And it's always heartbreak for that team. And to see him donning a new jersey is such a breath of fresh air. And even more so when he starts delivering with his experience and his gameplay. So it's such a good sight to see Ikao be in that spot.
I mean, that's why you were seeing this breath of fresh air in BTR, and the way that they're playing, their executions, their overall thought process is very different from what we've seen before. And I mean, we look at some of the other key players, Gary, and as well as Sypha, funnily enough, despite everything that has happened from early all the way up to the later stages of the game, at the very least, he knows I can buy time.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, our game standing, Onyx Olympus with the Booyah and 10 elims gets themselves 22 points. Bigotron Delta, 18 points to follow, and then MVP Sports with 17. The teams that we want to see step up after the first 2 weeks, they are off to a hot start.
Yeah, this is under the... I want to believe it with my whole heart when I say it, but like that end ring was kind of bull. I think that all the teams that can agree there, all right, that was a bit of a fluke of a game because of the way the ring pulled, but this time we're going to chase for the big booyahs. If you look at the overall standings, currently RRQ Kazu at 7, the most amount of booyahs we've seen so far in this past league.
Yeah, and then the craziest thing is that BRU made it to first place, 5 points ahead of RQ Kazu, but they have 3 lesser booyahs. And if you wonder where the points are from, it's just from pure elimination, just pure mechanics. That's how BRU has been edging out the competition. But, you know, credits to RQ Kazu, they are still ranked 3rd highest in eliminations despite not playing. You know, Twisted Mice just overtook them by 3 in terms of that. But of course, I think BTR, you know, being in 8th place right now, if they continue this showing, they have a good chance of overtaking Attack All Around and even WAG to a certain extent. We'll see how it's going to be in Purgatory.
Yeah, I think Purgatory is going to be the map where we're really going to see some of these teams take their time, right? A bigger landmass to actually play with due to the map size overall. Hopefully we don't get some nasty endgame rings. Usually Purgatory is not too known for that, but then again, usually whatever happens in the first map transitions to the rest of the day, and I'm just worried that's going to be the case here.
And hopefully for teams that kind of fell short in game 1, we get to see that bounce back. I think AG Global, they did recover well despite a very horrendous start, but you can kind of see the cracks slowly forming. I think even last week they had a couple of rounds where Dew was not playing with the team. They were kind of limit testing a little bit, but now they are bringing in the main roster. And on the map of Purgatory, again, RQ Kazu is the best performing team, not playing today, so we look at BRU and AG Global.
Yep, and we didn't get to see too much of BRU, right? We saw them like go for those big thirds, pick off and squad wipe a couple of teams, but inevitably couldn't get into that last ring. At least with Purgatory, and the very least without RRQ Kazu having very similar thought process on the way that they actually want to play the ring. Now, Buriram should be able to close this out, no problem, unless we get a terrible endgame ring or unless they have a terrible early game, which most of the time they don't.
And I think it's a good time to also quickly kind of lay out the playstyle of RQ Kazu and BRU, right? The differences of playstyle on the table. BRU, placement points, not as high as RQ Kazu, but in terms of eliminations, they are ahead of the curve. RQ Kazu, they are survivalists, but they've been brushing up their elimination points, and that's what separates these two teams right now. Something that I feel like the region of Indonesia has been really perfecting in terms of surviving long enough to edge out the competition at the very end, at the finishing line, as we head into Purgatory for round number 2.
Place between life and death, a map larger than life. The real question is who's going to be coming up on top here as we rotate into our second map of today. Give it up for Purgatory as we do see the flight path be laid out.
First thing I want to see is which team goes to Mode House. I have a personal bias against teams that go Mode House. I feel like it is, and you have to have balls of steel to make that move, right? It's a very secluded area, and we've seen examples of teams that like to gatekeep the kind of the coastline of that area. I think Twisted Minds is a very good example. They like to hang around there and see if they can get a couple of pickoffs. So this flight path and the drop zone is going to determine if we get some early pickoffs at the start. But judging by the flight path, yep, exactly what I predicted. Twisted Minds, they play the gatekeeping again, but Evil's Divine, who are regulars of Mode House, play a 2-2 split and gets scanned out by Twisted Minds.
I wonder if they noticed the P esports players as well, just south of Apex as well as Aim God. But let's have a look at where the rest of the other teams are going to go. Onyx Olympus, our previous winners of the got the Booyah of the previous maps, heading straight for golf course as they usually do. BRU on that northern side of Marblework. Vamos, Heavy. Ooh, Heavy and Indostars might actually get into a very early engagement here by Lumbermill.
It's not good for either of the teams. Well, the one on the losing end anyway. If you're Heavy, you have some points to spare. Indostars are quite far away. I think 20 to 27 points before they tie up with you. But of course, Indostars, they did have a decent round number 1. Comes down to Heavy. Get Nice and Hans had a great game 1. And also, they were the ones that dealt some critical damage to Indostars at the start of the round.
Yeah, let's see whether they can do some critical damage right here. If they find themselves into engagement. Indostars, they know that Heavy is in this compound immediately, and now they just can't move a muscle. Like, he's just, Liam is standing right outside. He's like, I cannot make too many sounds. As soon as I poke back up, I'm in so much trouble. I don't even know whether he has a gun, which is the better question. But Fan, actually on the flank here, if he walks up and creeps up slowly, he might be able to see Raf swing out if they do want to peek.
I think Liam has nothing at all. He just dropped right out in the open. They actually sent Ras away because they know that Ras will have to do the job of reviving fallen teammates. Early retirement from V-Tan, the flank exposed, and Liam taken down as projected. I mean, Indostar just not having the start that they want. Heavy, very happy with the development. But Indostar still looking to return fire to see if they can deal some chip damage onto Heavy, you know, maybe not make the start as nice as they would want to. Get Nice actually will lose his life, but V-Time will find one himself. 3 down for Indostar's. Heavy starting off with 3 points.
Pretty good all across the board. 3 eliminations. They have full control over Lumbermill at this point of time. I'm curious to see whether Vamos is going to capitalize on this, but then again, it's not like too many gunshots actually went off. It wasn't a prolonged fight either. Wouldn't be too surprised if they're just still looting around and just holding their positions. As we look at EVOS actually moving away from the moat house, right? Don't want to be locked in as Twisted Minds looking over the high ground here. They did scan out the initial 2, and now that they know that the rest of the members of EVOS have completely done, flushed out and looted everything off the floor from Moat House, that means Twisted Minds, they head back into the ring.
Also, the part that allowed that to happen was also Twisted Minds. Usually they would spread out on the southern coastline of Moat House, but this time they went towards the eastern side, or the western side, excuse me, kind of allowing EVOS Divine to walk away. So a bit of a slight alteration in how they managed to drop spot. Heavy running into Vamos this time. Get Nice against Ray Meow. Wonder Child Ray Meow back into the ring and proves that he's good with the VSS. Get Nice has no chance.
Nice, good headshot there. Good headshot by Ray Meow. Now the rest of Heavy members are gonna wait. They're actually getting shot down. Ooh, the Vamos sniper has spotted them out and started slowing down their advance and flank. There's nothing they can do. Hans is in so much trouble. He's already down, and the next member should probably follow suit pretty quick after. Oh no, he creates plenty of distance with plenty of distance here. Are they gonna chase for it? I mean, there's no reason why not, right?
They can't go for it. In fact, even Ray Meow, right? Him and McRory have been veterans from the Filipino scene, and we don't really have too much of an old guard from that region, and yet they are here. So it's very good to see them back on the same team, nonetheless. This rising star, this new brand of Vamos, and Ray Meow even bringing in a character that we don't see often. The Iris is all about snipers. He's committed to making those long-range shots. WAG now driving into Twisted Minds. It could be an instant U-turn. WAG, they want no smoke.
Yep, they don't want none of this. They just want to get into the ring for free, man. And Krillin taking so much damage here from a Diamond, trying to take him out from far away. But Export should be able to fight back, actually. Oh, forcing more glue walls to come out.
It was a nasty shot as well. If that was a headshot, I think Diamond would get knocked in an instant. Good reply from WAG. Maybe an injection of confidence. They can take this on. In fact, making it on the high ground is Alan waking up. Nameless under pressure with Saming there to support X4 from the flank. Spotted out by Saming. Good coverage. And Alan takes that opportunity to catch Diamond off guard. Cyrus follows up. Good bait and switch. The tag team from WAG immaculate in this engagement. Saming does not stand a chance. And WAG with a sublime opening.
And they've eliminated the Twisted Minds entirely again. 12th place. This is not the start that we were hoping for Twisted Minds here, as AG now in full combat with PE Sports, who I thought was trying to deal with EVOS, but no, AG winning this out pretty handedly.
Yeah, Nero has no chance. PE Sports joining Twisted Minds in the lobby. AG Global, 5 eliminations so far. And what a horrible start. If you're Twisted Minds, if you're PE Sports, Twisted Minds, sure, right? Negligible. You're in top 3 currently, big cushion to work with. But if you're PE Sports, you really gotta start going back to the drawing board. It's been 2 weeks straight and PE Sports has not found any sort of recovery. It really feels like it's a reminiscence of what we saw at EWC, and they kind of carried it forward. They didn't move with time, the time coming into fall season. And I mean, at least they have 10 minutes to think about it before round number 3.
Yeah, I think they really gotta recuperate here. They really gotta regroup, and Now, we cut back to the map at Central. We see that Onyx Olympus hunkering down, making sure this entire town is going to be locked off. And once that first ring is done, they know that nobody's going to be coming in from their backs. Give it a little bit of time and wait for the third ring to actually spawn before they move, I would imagine.
And Onyx Olympus just perched on top of the roof. Jack, once more, being the intel gatherer. And he was the guy that did so in round number 1 on Factory as well. Maybe that's how Onyx Olympus got the read. Central so far uncontested, but they eventually will have to move in a bit as they're not in the circle. But BTR actually tagged by BRU. In fact, Ikao is the one that's getting targeted, the one with the most eliminations from round 1. BRU will have to move into them. We'll see how BTR handles this.
Yeah, we're going to see Wasana go up with a vehicle on that high ground here. But with Aikal, looks like he's been marked. He's been marked already. But the rest of them, they do notice that there's a potential team potentially walking up towards them based off of their mini map, and I think they don't want the smoke just yet. I'm surprised that Delta ended up all the way by golf course, and I'm surprised that BRU have been chilling for quite some time as well.
Yeah, there was a point in time that in a parallel universe, BTR would have ran straight into BRU. I mean, they were making that dash and caught it off, halfway, which is a better choice, I feel. BRU, because of that, will miss BTR, but potentially run into Onyx Olympus on that hilltop.
Interesting. Okay, so they take even higher ground at this point, as we do see the blue eventually going to start encircling the UAV being deployed, and Onyx want to completely avoid that. They do not want to get detected, but BRU are going to walk along the UAV just to make sure if anybody's moving out of place, they will spot them out. So really interesting if BRU don't even spot out a single member of Onyx Olympus.
Even you can see where Jonah is, right? He is so far out. I think Spidey senses are tingling. Something is up. Jonah can smell it in the air. He's spotted by the Onyx members. Yeah, Glue Wall plays down Jonah. So sharp, so quick with the read. Gets the Riptide Rhythm out. A second one for Onyx Olympus. And BRU in prime position to respond to this potential attack. Onyx Olympus forced to back off.
Yeah, this is a pretty good place with multiple elevations to actually play from, and low ground that technically can work as your covers. You have to look at the high ground just 2 leagues ahead of you. But at this point, Mountain Villa, dangerous spot to be in. And I think BRU had a really great idea here, sending one member out, especially when they're marked. Everybody can see him, and splitting the rest of your members just to make sure that you cover every single one of those angles, and dropping the UAV on top of it. Just really smart work.
BRU moves so fast. They've somehow caught up to Onyx Olympus, right? The high ground advantage, giving them all the intel, all the angles that they need. And Onyx Olympus not only needs to contend with BRU, but also Vamos, who showed up at the exact right moment. Instant rush into the building, and McGrory ends up getting shot. BRU finding 2 teams that they can potentially take out and reap the benefits off of. But Vamos makes it into the building. It's Kiva's down. Zyru not long as well. A wipeout imminent. Vamos finding 3-4 points just like that.
Straight away. And it doesn't look like there's much punishment with it as well. Oh, I spoke too soon. BRU turned the corner and instantly taken down, knocking 2.
That's so fast. Ray Meow gets back up with the horizon line, but can again McGrory. And even if they can, I think making it out of this area is going to be so tough. They have a Tetsuya on June, or he could use the portal go either way to make it to the back of that building. Maybe kind of sneak out. They get the revive onto Lufty, so he will survive for sure. And with the blue zone coming in at such an angle, BRU have plenty of time to work with, and that not comes true. I believe this time on to Jun.
I think Vamos just has to take it, right? They have to take it, and eventually, BRU are going to have to move from their spot. How badly do they want to maintain this? If they can't, well, they can't. I saw them just throw the UAV up into the high ground. I was wondering whether they want to throw the UAV behind them, actually, just to scan out whether or not the team there is going to start moving from their position up towards the high ground, or head back down, which we do see here with AG and as well as Heavy.
It's going to be a rough fight for Vamos if they continue this trajectory. Maybe they'll face the victors between AG and Heavy. Stop is really eating that blue, so have to be very careful, very aware of that health bar. Had to make the push as well. Portal go plays down. Here comes the buffer. Stop moving through, and Cypher to follow. Good nade from Caramel to start it off, and a dash from Cypher to get a recon down on the ground. Executing public read. Pop doesn't get knocked by Hans. He replies in kind. AG Global with the man advantage. It's Hans and Artemis to keep Heavy's run intact, but it feels like Heavy, they're not committed to a full-fledged fight. They are running away. Get Nice gets knocked down. Come out off screen, and Artemis not winning the fight against Caramel in any capacity.
Yeah, AG, they clean this up, no problems whatsoever. All of that noise, though, begs the question. I mean, Hans last member here should go down no problem. I'm curious about Onyx Olympus's position by golf course, right? It looks like they're gatekeeping as many people as possible, as we do see Heavy get eliminated. Let's look at the current position as WAG actually managing to get right back into the ring. BRU on the opposite end, they are really tightly packed.
Onyx Olympus not having a good time. They just lost one guy to WAG. WAG have decent amount of glue walls to work with, even having the portal go. Now running straight to BRU, potentially taking the fight. This could work out in their favor. We'll see though, there is someone playing from long range, and Kibas might be the difference maker as the lone survivor of Onyx Olympus. Of course, BRU has that high ground. That is always an innate advantage.
I mean, I think it takes too many resources if you want to start nading out your opponents at this point, unless you've got a huge excess of them, right? Unless you get a full commitment. And I think at this point, with Blue Wall Melters, they just want to make sure that if they do see WAG run in towards the ring, that they can punish them. Because they can, as long as they keep scaling towards the right side of our screen here, they can slowly move their way into the ring while maximizing their time outside of the blue.
BTR will face off against attack all around. Koja needs help, gets it in the form of Ekal. Support is good. Attack all around, not able to win this out. Devil's Divine in closer proximity compared to the Thai opponents. And Kyong is just breathing right beside Abai. Grenade launcher from afar. Koja takes the brunt of it. Just managed to heal back up in time. Abai now gets... Abax now gets pushed away, having to eat the blue as he takes that portal goal to find shelter. AG Global now joins in.
Interesting. The positions aren't looking great as the Indo Stars finally get eliminated here. Doesn't look very good as BRU just waiting, taking their time, wanting to eliminate the rest of the members of WAG as they win out their engagement. Attack all around could get involved if they wanted to, but it looks like Vamos, despite taking their time with BRU, really are reaping the benefits.
And BRU at motion and get high, forced to abandon mission only to get shot by Jun. Revenge serve with a bullet to the skull. Vamos takes advantage of that as we turn our attention back to this three-way fight between Bigatron, Delta, Evil's Divine, and AG Global. Glue Wall Melters all around, scattered across the battlefield. AG Global, they're the ones who get to enjoy some sort of peace while the Indonesians attempt to take each other out.
Well, I mean, we say that, but prior to that, they were just eating nades, and even so, BTR, if they keep on receiving punishment from EVOS, again, ice grenade upon ice grenade, really just chipping them out. BTR, as much as they want to breathe, they actually do need to fight back.
The blue is not kind at all, especially if you are EVOS Divine. AG Global is going to start swallowing you up whole. You can see he has already engulfed them. They got to start moving, and then they will run out into the open and have to contend with attack all around. But there is another a possibility that attack all around gets overwhelmed with the amount of human beings running out. Apex just takes the monster truck, attempting to run straight into battle. A Hail Mary attempt only to meet his demise. Bigatron Delta now takes the opportunity to make a bolt for it. Ekal on his last legs, knocked down. McCrory and Jun from Vamos basically capitalizing on this chaos to cap in a couple more elim points.
Quadra kill.
Oh, 4 eliminations straight away, falling into the fly trap of attack all around. I mean, as long as they control this, Vamos, they're getting involved as well.
This could be a possibility. June kind of drops that, unfortunately. Attack all around, very well aware.
Wow.
And this is a guaranteed booyah for sure. BRU left to just get high. But even he is human. Attack all around knows it, and it's just one last push. Attack all around from last place in round 1 to a booyah in round 2.
Well done. Nicely by attack. He's going to leave him hanging. Nah, he doesn't leave his boy hanging. He just delays it for a good amount of time. Attack all around with a big booyah for today here on Purgatory. I think it's been one of their better performing maps overall. But I do think that Vamos, they had a very good opportunity there to actually eliminate the rest of the members of BRU and then afterwards look to push off a attack all around.
Yeah, I think, looking at the circumstances, Vamos didn't have the whole team, but they sure as heck took advantage of whatever was given to them, right? And Attack All Around is the only team with the full squad. Vamos finishing in third, very, very impressive. Considering that all Malaysian teams are dead last in the bottom three, this is a good confidence boost for Vamos, but for Attack All Around, we're talking about recovery. Get knocked out first in round 1 and come back swinging with a booyah in round 2. This is kind of what would really break the tension in the team.
Yeah, and man, with the points, it's not gonna save them just yet, but at least it helps them get closer. At the very least, get closer to the 200-point mark overall. At least then, they're on paper. But Attack All Around, I think, considering it was very much a toss-up between BRU and Attack All Around in this final circle, with the eastern side being controlled by Attack All Around, western side being controlled by BRU. Onyx Olympus took a huge brunt of damage coming in from both of these teams as well. But surprisingly enough, I was wondering when exactly WAG or Bigatron Delta were going to make a move. I was surprised that they hunkered down for so long towards the 5th to 6th ring.
It was just a very tough, it was a tough spot to be in, right? Whoever moves first gets shot by multiple parties, and then you have Attack All Around just waiting to kind of reap all the hard work that's laid out by the other teams. Of course, we saw certain Hail Mary attempts like from Bask. He just decides to make that drive, which, it was a good attempt, but again, it's all on its own, and Attack All Around, just waiting for the flock to flood out the gates and wanted to clean it up. At the end of the day, Attack All Around just got a very good position to work with. He didn't have to move too much, and they took advantage of that.
They didn't have to move. Honestly, I don't think they had to move at all, but real good stuff coming in for Attack All Around for that final ring. I do think that at least with these two maps, it's kind of set the tone for the rest of the day when it comes down to the pacing of it, right? Because so much of it is very time taken, time spent, the cost and benefits of making motions across the map, and I think more importantly, when it comes down to now pulling it back, initially I thought it was 4th and 5th. I'm surprised by 3rd to 4th ring. There's a lot of key decisions that need to be made to make it into at least the final ring.
Absolutely. Want to hear what the boys from Attack All Around has to say? We're going to throw it to our Thailand host to break it down.
So exciting every time we be back, and this is the first day before we are going to the mid-season and have a break and have a second racer left. But now here with us, Punkat, yay, from Attack All Around. Triple A is here right now in the house. First question for you, I want to ask you, the first game you end at 12, but this game you end up with the first place. How did you do that?
ก็เกมเมื่อกี้เราจบอันดับ12แต่เกมเนี้ยเราได้บูย่าทำได้ไงคะ
ก็ทีมโหดครับ
My team is super good.
So great. That's it? Anything else?
มีอะไรอีกไหมคะ
ไม่มีครับโหดอย่างเดียว
Nothing, just that we are good.
You are good. You did good. Actually, it's not good. For me, it's great. เยี่ยมเลยแหละพี่ว่าไม่ใช่แค่ดีแล้วล่ะSecond question is I want to ask you that which excites you the most in this competition right now
อะไรทำให้เรารู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากที่สุดในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้คะ
ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมที่มาลงนัดต้นเกมครับผม
I think it's the most excited moment is that when another team come to join the fight in the early of the battle.
Oh, that had to challenge you in the early game. The team that want to challenge you, that excite you the most. So is that mean early fight is your weakness?
แล้วถ้างั้นหมายความว่าการไฟต้นเกมเนี่ยเป็นจุดอ่อนของทีมเราหรือเปล่าคะ
ตอนแรกก็ใช่ครับแต่ตอนนี้ไม่ใช่แล้วครับ
Before it was but now it's not anymore.
Yeah, I like that confidence. And the next one is I want to know that which map is your team favorite map of play
แล้วแมปไหนเป็นแมปที่เราชอบเล่นมากที่สุดคะ
น่าจะเกาะสวรรค์ครับ
Bermuda
and why
ทำไมคะ
คิดว่าผม มั่นใจเวลาเล่นแบบนี้ครับ
I think I have much confidence when I play this map.
Okay, last but not least, last thing I want you to tell to your fans. 3 words.
ขอ 3 คำให้แฟนๆหน่อยค่ะ
ฝากเชียร์ด้วย
Please cheer us.
And this is Purgatory from Attack All Around, guys. Now, are you ready for the next game? If you are ready, just get back into the studio with the caster.
Thank you very much to our lovely host, Yuki Deku, our translator, Bunlatrix, and Poongot. Pretty ironic that his favorite map is Bermuda because he has the most confidence and they finished dead last. And also, cheer for us is 3 words, not 2, but it's fine, you know. And as long as you get the booyah, we're happy with it.
Yeah, we're happy with it. Build up that confidence, King. Keep on moving that momentum forward. Again, adaptations are going to be very, very key throughout the rest of this day. And I think that at the very least, as we move on eventually to that next map, hopefully the space is going to be well-versed, because I think that Attack All Around is one of the few teams that can identify endgame ring zones very, very well, like BRU. But sometimes they don't have enough firepower. They just lose out on certain fights.
And a lot of times it's just early engagement, right? It's pretty crazy that Poongot said the thing that excites him the most is early drops, because that's kind of where you take the biggest 50-50 risk. But you know, 99% of gamblers quit before they make it big, and Limit certainly is one of them. Back in FFSI, he was the overall MVP, and then switching team from E-Arena to Attack All Around, finding his footing, and now becoming the MVP of game number 2.
Man, Limit has been causing a lot of havoc in the previous days of FFWS here in Southeast Asia. Whether or not that sniper role actually matters is a big question mark in the earlier stages of the game, especially when they get very excited, when they start to do actually overheat.
And when you look at the team stats as well, this is you know for a fact that this is a Thai team loadout. If I cover the team tags and there's no player mugshot, you know for a fact only Thailand runs this. Quadruple Tatsuya is all about running into your face, and even Limit was like, oh, I'm a sniper, but guess what? I will be in your face as well, and they make it work.
They make it work big time. I mean, look at his damage numbers, right? He is just stealing them off of his friends at this point. I mean, as a sniper, of course, naturally you're going to have the highest damage numbers overall, but it just goes to show, right? They only take those all-in engagements when they absolutely have to. They really just want to play for that position.
Yeah, and in this game, a majority of it came down to the right read on Circle, and that kind of made the job a whole lot easier. But elimination leaders is Vamos' Jun in first with 7 under his belt. A rare sight for Malaysian fans. Then you have Jump God, Limit, Saifa, and Caramel.
I'm surprised that Saifa as well as Caramel were able to actually nail down a good amount of eliminations, right? 5 and 4 each of them. I do want to see the overall standings to eventually note down how many points that they did take. We'll take a look at that in just a minute here, but like, let's look at our key players. Saifa again, 25 glue walls used, and Jun, absolute menace, 11 knockdowns, considering their spot mirroring BRU and also taking down a member of BRU mid-rotation. I can only imagine a bunch of other players felt the same way.
Yeah, even Limit, of course, most damage dealt, but I want to see how much points did Vamos actually get for themselves. I believe they had double digit in terms of eliminations. A lot of them happened off screen, so that was kind of a very good effort from a team that has been struggling for majority of the knockout stage so far. Booyah team is Attack All Around, 24 points. Vamos gets 20.
Okay, that's pretty big. 12 eliminations all around. AG actually coming up with 10. 9 held by their 2 top players and 1 extra elsewhere. BRU in 4th with only 7. And WAG, despite actually getting closer and closer, didn't make it big enough to actually get the placement points necessary, but they do end with 10. So I guess it works out, right?
I think for them, well, at least for WAG, you kind of wish you got a bit more. And then you look at bottom, man, Twisted Minds and PE did not get to play the game at all. Onyx Olympus, I mean, the Indonesian teams, except for Bigatron Delta, have all been struggling. EVOS, Divine, Hindostars, Onyx, they have not found their footing at all. Especially Onyx Olympus really felt like they were kind of lost in the sauce. Overall standings, BRU of course still in first place, but Twisted Minds overtaking AG Global despite finishing last. AG 4th, Attack All Around overtaking Falcons.
Yeah, and Vamos breaking the 200-point mark. Let's go! They did it! They did it! Now comfortably in 15th position overall. But yeah, every other team has already nailed the booyah for themselves. This is the closest we've seen Vamos actually get to that. We're hoping to see some of these other teams actually really start taking their places here, because we're going to need to see AG in as well as AAA get some big points if they want to get anywhere close to top 3, if not close to the distance between them and Twisted Minds.
The bottom of the standings. I mean, for Vamos, this is where you start to try and ramp up the momentum, because you are so close to overtaking PE Sports, who has not had a good day so far. I mean, Heavy is also not that far ahead. There is a chance we see Vamos break into top 12 if they continue down this trajectory, right? Even Evo's Divine have been struggling in the opening rounds of week number 3. It is looking good so far. It's all about keeping up the consistency, which Onyx Olympus were not able to deliver.
Yeah, but at some point, as you mentioned, they do need to actually heat up. We are already at the halfway mark of the league, so that's a scary part, whether or not they're actually going to get themselves in a position where they could still reach for it.
Yeah, we're gonna head to a break, and we'll be back in just a little bit for more Free Fire action.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024
For trophy!
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
it's our country.
Impossible.
find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWC.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. BE Sport, WAZ, Heavy, World of Work, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Todak, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Welcome back, folks, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season. This is Knockout Stage Week 3, Day 1, halfway point, and we're getting ready for game number 3 out of 6. It's Husky alongside Gideon Q to bring you guys the action.
Yep, and so far, I mean, today we're seeing that some of our top competitors not making it as far as they should be, considering some of the other days that we've seen here at FFWS, but I think, you know, it's about time that we see them actually wake up, and maybe map number 3 is going to be the map that we do see them come back into form.
Yeah, this is where we really get into the interesting maps. You know, Kalahari, Alpine, and both going to show up in the next 2 rounds. Hopefully, teams that want to be a bit creative, they're going to utilize this. Summary so far of today, Onyx Olympus starting it off with a booyah on Bermuda, followed by attack all around, who made a recovery after a tragic game 1 to get a booyah in game 2. But Vamos so far sits at the top with most points of the day at this point.
Yep, they've been finding these eliminations, right? They've been farming them up every once in a while, and with the singular booyah that really put them ahead of everybody else. Surprisingly enough, the 2 teams that won a booyah both are not sitting in first and second spot. BTR, despite not having the booyah of today, actually overlaps both of them.
Which kind of reinforces the whole idea of, sure, winning a round is great and all, but eliminations have been the cornerstone of, you know, world champions, of tournament winners, because you can easily make up for placement points, for lost placement points, if you have a couple more eliminations under your belt. But when we move into Alpine, BRU, undisputed best team on this map so far, followed by RRQ Kazu, who is not playing today, and then Bigatron Delta. And the gap between BRU and BTR is pretty big.
Yep, it's huge in a matter of fact, right? Yes, BTR did achieve a Booyah, but prior to this, that's on the back of a couple of factors happening all at the same time, and I think that this is going to be quite a difficult map for them to actually succeed in, especially if BRU is in that same group for today. That's when it gets really, really tough. A lot of the same spots are going to get contested on, but we'll see during mid-game whether or not Bigatron Delta are going to have to face their fears and just send it down at BRU, or have they learned and played like how they did in their previous map, just chill a little bit longer, right? We can actually unleash the beast closer to the 5th and 6th rank.
Yeah, it's a 20 elimination difference between these two teams, and a couple more placement points to add on to it, right? I mean, BRU getting 2 Booyahs so far on this map. Bigatron Delta, despite not finding a Booyah yet, have been showing some decent consistency, right? At least they're not, getting knocked out first. They're able to kind of make it into that mid to late game. That's something that I think a team would always appreciate if you are trying to just stay kind of in the running. BTR, they're making slow but steady steps on the way to that top 5.
Yep, and I mean, slow and steady really does win the race, especially in these long drawn out style of leagues, where again, you just want to make it into that top 12. That is the ultimate goal as of right now, and then you start looking for those big points or rush to give yourself that extra bit of oomph before you go into the playoffs. But I think it's about time that we start to roll back on in. We're seeing the beautiful sets here of every single one of these regions before we start setting over to our flight path. So hopefully all of you guys are ready for the next map of today. Get ready for this tall and icy place. So it's somewhere where you're gonna have to bring a sweater more times than not. With high heights and low lows, we've seen plenty of teams succeed, but mostly struggle to reach the top here at Alpine.
Let's see who gets warmed up first on the snowy Alps. And I believe there might be a substitution for Heavy. We'll check in that in just a little bit for this round. And this is kind of how teams would attempt to turn the tides in their favor. And even Heavy, mediocre performance so far, but definitely showed some promises. Again, this tournament brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. With the Galaxy AI, one of the most innovative inventions we've seen in mobile phones, smartphone technology, in fact.
Yeah, I heard recently a person who was stranded on an island by himself, and yes, he was handicapped. Told officials, hey, no, can you come back later because I'm too busy with my Samsung Galaxy, and this is the only time where I get to be alone with it.
Yeah, and I can kind of AI my limbs back. I'm gonna fix those problems, and that's how far they push it, right? Innovation leads the world, leads development. Of course, hot drops doesn't seem to be the case, well, except for this part of the world. BTR and WAG both vying to get ahead of each other. Koja somehow wins, but literally hanging on by a thread and still not down just yet. 2 for WAG losing their lives.
Oh, it's not looking good for WAG this early on, right? Bigatron Delta does not make early engagements easy, and worse yet, this is the playstyle that they've been known to play in the earlier stages of the tournament as well. Great shots here onto X. Wow. Doing good work.
Thankfully for WAG, one of them snuck away, I believe, thanks to a revive. That could have gone completely tragic. BTR, they are right behind WAG, separated by 8 points, and they've already covered 4 of that just from eliminations. And Dio does not want to be a part of this at all, but maybe he does not have a choice because BTR, they smell blood, they smell more points, and Ekal cashes in on 1 more. That's 5 right off the bat.
Ooh. 5 points right off the bat. Good stuff coming in from BTR Delta. AG, they're out of this. They're like, okay, we maybe we smelt an opportunity, but now this is turning into a train wreck. We got to get out of here. And now even Limit as well, he has no idea what the situation has started to look like, but he's going to poke his head in.
He's about to face the music. Fires his shot. That's the wrong move, buddy. You better finish the job before backup shows up. Kyung's gonna start the heal back up, but shots lands on the limit. Kyung, a dash from Tatsuya. Reposition is great. I just need to win the gunfight with health advantage. A double pinch the maneuver. Limit stands no chance. That's the 6th point for BTR. You could not have asked for a better start.
Well, great start in a matter of fact. Really, really great start. Looks like on the kill feed, it's gonna be Keybase who's marked for a death. Well, we see attack all around with a single member down. Thankfully, with the POI, they should have been able to revive their member straight away, but the Indo Stars looking to jump upon them as they make their way over to the outside arsenal.
Could not catch a break at all. Losing limit to BTR and jump got to potentially to IDS. The Indonesians are hunting them down. The ref finds that knock. Not much of an issue. And attack all around. I'm not really sure if they want to continue this though. Purgatory somehow finds himself back in the compound. That could be a fatal mistake. Well, with the right, his other teammate is already far and away from this area.
They're trying to snipe him off, and great shot onto Purgatory as we see Liam actually trying to scale the opposite side of the building just to get on top of that roof. They got sick of it. Portal go, and immediately punished.
It's gonna be 3 down for attack all around. And we saw this is like a roller coaster ride, right? You know, 12th place in round 1, Booyah in round 2, and round 3 feels like we're going back to that bottom spot. But BTR finally facing the first challenge of this round. Koja completely isolated from the rest of his team. Is 4 from Evo's Divine to run him down. No chance of retaliation. Even cut his head off in the process. BTR, they know when to call it quits, and this is one of those times.
What's up with Koja and being picked off? I feel like he's been having a really rough day. He always seems to be the one who goes down first and eliminated. It's not like he could do much about the situation as well, but that means, as you mentioned, BTR, they're gonna walk away, and they're still marked. They're still marked for death here, as the rest of EVOS. Do they want to chase this? It doesn't look like they are chasing it, but they're making sure that their backs are clear at least.
And I think, you know, you just take what you can get. You don't need to push the envelope, at least not for now, right? Still the first phase, plenty of ground to navigate. So BTR, they get to chill for a little bit. Can't say the same for X-Bor, who just completely gets his head blown off by Zairu. There's a pick off for Onyx Olympus, and they get a double up. Krillin also loses his life. 2 points delivered to Onyx Olympus.
Okay, Onyx Olympus doing pretty well for themselves right now. BTR still on top. Indo Stars were able to get 2. AG with 1, and as well as EVOS with 1. Everybody else still looking for eliminations here. So Red does get... I mean, I think it's fine being in this position. It's only the very first ring. We're still waiting until we get some kind of clue on where the second one is before we see major rotations actually come out. But let's see BRU as well as Heavy. What?
We'll see. I mean, Hans is in a rough spot. Just bombarded from one angle and shot from the other. Yeah, nice. He's not going to have a chance. He comes in to save his teammate, but ends up being the first one that goes down. But Hans brings him back as a way to repay him. But still, Heavy not out of the woods just yet. Kabi now joins the fight. Get high. Spray down. Perfect by Kabi. BRU sustaining damage themselves. Has to drop defenses, and Wasana does not let it go lightly. Hans realizes that he has stirred the Hornet's nest, but Hornets usually chase you down. Hans loses that vehicle, but has gotten enough distance, and maybe is this enough to get him to safety. Wasana cannot get the shot in.
They're still going to chase it. They're going to chase for it. They're making sure that the lefts and rights are clear. They spot him out, as well as Portal go, using all of the resources to make sure that this point does not go to waste.
This is, I mean, BRU, when they're committed, they really do show what commitment is, and finally call it off. Not worth chasing the remnants of Heavy to the end of the world. They got a lot more important matters to attend to. Or maybe they might find an extra one. Who is make contact very soon is Hans. Yeah, they don't even bother stopping by. They know that Jonah has it handled.
Yeah, and then they're just clearing their backs at this point, right? Making sure that there's nobody else on this side of the southwestern part of the map. Once their backs are clear, they can make some more confident decisions moving into the ring at the very least. Ooh, vamos! And as well as getting that, we just get to watch the drive-by in a drone view.
It's just very unfortunate. Intercepted on trying to escape, but runs into a separate team. So Vamo as well, another free point delivered to them. And WAG, they have been having a rough start since the beginning of the round in the hands of BTR, and now PE. Krillin does not get to walk away, but the question is, who gets the point though? AG Global also there. Saifa who steals it away after all the hard work by PE Sports to get the knock.
Yeah, but now they're preparing for the engagement, right? Take control over the building, make sure you have space. Don't Cry's head is visible. Caramel might be able to get a shot here as LBT can move out of the way. So far, playing from a two position, two elevated positions, it's not looking easy. Oh.
Wow, such quick reaction. With that blue wall, the narrow missed the timing by a fraction of a second, and Dew meanwhile shoots down. Don't cry. LBT drops PE Sports. Uh-oh, in a horrible predicament. And it's one of those situations where there's no way out of this unless they can get to a vending machine, get their revive, and start from scratch. Nero trying to find his way out the back door. Splitting up is a delta split for PE, but AG, they will see Huang Ang, and perhaps that will be enough as a distraction for Nero to find his way to safety.
Well, we'll see whether or not he's able to get there. Oh, actually decides to go for the gable, though. I don't know if that's the smartest choice. You're just a direct straight line. It's not too difficult to shoot out mid-air, especially since you don't have any way to change your verticality. But at the very least, AG, they don't have to rush too far to get all the loot that they need before heading back into the ring. And I think this is great for AG with 5 eliminations already, knowing that they're in the blue, there's nobody behind them. All their energy and effort is going to be looked to be pushed towards the ring. I think for now, let's see the other positions of the teams, whether or not they can gatekeep them and keep them out of the blue.
Yeah, and I think if you're PE, you have to really somehow make it out of this, right? Haven't had a good day so far and looking to be placed in last again if they get wiped out. So we just got picked back up. That was a nasty shot, I believe, from Evo's Divine. This might turn into a 3-way fight. You have Evo's Divine on one side and Indostars on the other. All 3 Indonesian teams hunkered down in this small proximity, with only BTR being the exception.
They're going to have to walk up here. Heavy's going to be coming in from the northern side. Gets passed by an Arsenal. Maybe get some upgrades before heading back in. I am curious, though. That means most of the teams are going to be towards the east and western sides of that map. And we see Indostars getting flushed out from the bottom floor.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx Olympus, they just went for it. And Indostars don't want any smoke. Takes the portal to go out. Now, Onyx Olympus is Evo's Divine's problem to deal with. In fact, I think Indostars made the smarter move, right? They can still gatekeep Onyx Olympus. Well, at this point, they still have vision of Onyx Olympus. They get to gatekeep potentially PE Sports or attack all around, depending on where attack all around moves. There's a river between them and a bridge as well. But it feels like Onyx Olympus is in a slightly better spot.
Yeah, I think that Onyx Olympus, they're going to play towards their composition, right? Just hunker down. If they see another team hunker down, then they fight them. IDS getting blasted as they land as well. Both of them, that's 2. Make it a 3rd? Make it a 4th?
Oh, this is horrible. Not the best situation for Indostars. Losing 2 of their members, attack all around. Will now go for the killing blow. With Chili's in hand, Purgatory is going to lead the assault. IDS somehow managed to recover their fallen members, but now they got to set up defenses pronto to try and deal with the incoming push. Attack all around, having long range support as well. Purgatory getting pushed away. Leave good RGS to take down Jump God. Now might change the attention to Purgatory, but it's gonna be the case. Raph taking them out, and Folks out of there. There's not a fight that attack all around wants to take. Good hold by IDS.
Really great hold by IDS. Somehow, right, despite 2 of their members getting knocked down, they defend, they recover, they buy time, and they even push back attack all around. All of this commotion here by Rivermouth has attracted the attention of BRU as well as Vamos sitting on the western and southwestern sides of the ring.
Both teams have been pretty quiet up to this point. Last we checked, Vamos did get 1 free elimination, courtesy of Heavy, I believe.
Oh no.
The same showdown against them and BRU. Moshi smells it in the air. Twisted Minds also takes on a fight. It's Onyx Olympus to push Onyx Olympus out of the compound. PE Sports, what a shot from Sa Ming to take out PE Sports, and they finished last again.
Oh, poor PE Sports. Twisted Minds did not want to finish in that spot, so they're like, somebody else has got to take it. We look back at WAG as they're moving out, getting chased by the blue here, moving past the bridgeway, leaving Floki by himself. There is a couple of vehicles to help them rotate, but that makes a question, right? Vamos and as well as Evo's Divine have been like gatekeeping this side of the map, and BTR has not had a successful way in. Now BRU poking and prodding.
I mean, western side of the island is going to be so bloody because the circle moved away. They got to get past the river, either swim or take the bridge, and BRU, one of those teams, the bridge gate capped by Vamos. This is the checkpoint that BRU has to go through, and Jonah will try to flush them out. Vamos taking the low ground for now, but what's the defense plan? What's the next step? Vamos getting pushed from multiple angles. Ray Miao not ready for the push from Jonah. Instantly gets knocked down. Jun tries to provide support, but BRU overwhelming in terms of firepower. Lufty drops and Vamos slowly getting dispatched surgically by BRU, and there's just no members left standing.
Such a clean fight for BRU. 7 eliminations as we look at Indostars and as well as WAG.
What?
Ooh, Cyrus with a double. Gonna get one more here. He just needs to beat Ross, and he's got a 50% HP advantage as he swings by. Everybody else with the mini Uzis getting involved as well. 18 Deer and Ross need to pull this out. If not, it's going to be a very tough recovery here. Oh, he even gets Cyrus as well. He just needs to win that one. Just one fight gonna make it, and they eliminate him. WAG go down. Indostars with 8 eliminations make it as the survivors here, but do they have enough time to get across the blue, in through the water, and back into the ring?
That could have been a disaster for Indostars. WAG had all the right cards, just not able to get the finisher. And now we get to the safe side of the island, eastern side. BTR, AG Global, Evo's Divine, BRU on the southern end, and Onyx Olympus on the north. Such a populated area. Cypher trying to take out Ikao. Koja blows up Dew off screen, and Dix actually finds Caramel. And BTR off to a great start. Dew picks himself back up. BTR with 8 eliminations and going, but it seems like they are the ones who is not able to outlast the war. Kyung needs help, does not get it at this point of time as BTR isolated from one another. AG Global finds recovery.
Yeah, this is kind of disgusting here. 5th ring, and everybody decided it's time to go. Green light to fight. We have one on the southern side, the northern side.
Wait, Nameless!
In 5-3!
Absolute cinema with that nade to take out Evo's Divine just like that. Nameless really putting in the hard work, and now to swap his attention over to Onyx Olympus. If Twisted Minds can clean them up, this will be a very good compound to hold, as it is the only one in the circle. And Twisted Minds' eyes set on a potential Booyah to rectify what went wrong in the previous round.
Back all around, get eliminated next. 4 squads remaining. BRU on the southern side with Twisted Minds and Onyx Olympus still majority of teams all in the same building, essentially, right? And BRU is getting the brunt of 3 squads.
I didn't make it out of this. They have enough blue walls, and Abundance of it somehow finds cover behind the boulder. And now every single team has made it into the final zone, and guess what? They all want a piece of this 3-story bungalow, and it's being held by Onyx Olympus on the top floor. Twisted Minds out on the balcony, AG Global on the roof, BRU on the first floor. But eventually they will have to leave that area, evicted by the blue zone, but for now, they get a bit of time to re-strategize.
The best part about this is that BRU have a phenomenal position at the very bottom floor, clearing it up and making sure that whoever has to jump off first is going to get punished. Maybe Twisted Minds might have an advantage here by jumping down to the first floor, but that's under the assumption that AG or Onyx, who consistently have been harassing each other, wait, big portal going out of there, out into the open actually.
Yeah, they set it up right before. Good anticipation, a good foresight, but look at where the trajectory of the bullets are heading is towards Twisted Minds. They might have done the setup, but it might be a bit too early to make that leap of faith because they just lost 2. Olympus now, they will make an attempt to advance onto Twisted Minds. They need space as well, it's suffocating in this final circle. The blue closing in, and BRU, they will have to rear their heads in just a little bit. Pushed out of the nest, there's a trade on the roof. And AG Global somehow outlast, but Stop and Deal knocked down by Explosive from the side of BRU. AG Global out BRU, 14 eliminations and a chance at a Booyah. Diamond with a cluster of fire gets good chip damage, but no finisher. BRU replies, but the focus is on Onyx Olympus. Wasana takes care of Diamond, not as rough as he thinks he is. BRU full squad standing, and Onyx Olympus in their way.
Oh, it's a 4v3 situation at BRU. They just found out it was 4v3. They start running in, get high, ends up getting knocked. 3v2 so far. Jack and Gary have to make some work as they take down Jonah. It's a 2v2 right now. No time to resupply. They got to keep running around as soon as possible, as quick as possible, as they lock themselves in by 4x4. We still have Jonah still crawling. Wasana was seen. He's low. He's 1/4 of his health. Now back down to B1. Can Gary pull this off?
The point blank shot Gary! 2 in a row! But it's not enough. There's still one more survivor. Jack stands back up with the horizon line. The captain of BRU, Jonah. Oh, he's in such a rough spot. Trying to heal it up. Gary gets greedy. Gets dropped. And now Jack has to pick up the pieces. But he's going to wall himself up. Gary brings himself back up with the horizon line. Eventually will drop. Jack in the center. It's him and Jonah. Jonah breaks through the wall. But Jack clutches it at the end. A save for Onyx Olympus and a second booyah for the day.
Woo! Huge clutch by Gary! Huge clutch! Able to find two, able to bring back one of his members and secure that very last fight. Jonah, he tried his best to punch on through at the very end, but it just was not enough as he didn't have the resources. Onyx Olympus take a big booyah hit. They won the 50-50 at the 5th ring. They managed to hold on strong. They didn't lose too many members on the walkdown in the final ring. And yet, even then, against BRU, a man down still comes out on top.
It's very, very good isolation in the final fight. When it comes down to these 1v1s, you know that BRU is extremely scary. But Onyx Olympus pulled through. Gary with a double knock to really give his team an edge and allowing his teammates to get back up with the horizon line. And not only that, Gary almost Jonah, but managed to reel it back in at the very end. So a lot of heart clenching moment, but Onyx Olympus to get this second booyah of the day really puts them in a very comfortable spot at this point of time.
Yeah, it does put them in a really good spot. Now they're going to claim a lot of points back here. We get to see these final moments once again. Ah, beautiful stuff coming in from Gary. Able to get that double knock and then isolates Jonah. Gary decides, you know what? I've gotten 2. I'm going to go for a little bit more. Ends up getting pre-fired by Jonah, and then Jack is all left by himself. Like, Jack was the first person who touched down when they had to evacuate from the building. I thought he was going to get into a lot of trouble, but surprisingly, they still managed to pull through.
And yeah, it's just the man advantage, right? I mean, Gary started the clutch, and Jack kind of wrapped it up nicely at the end. But also props to teams like a BTR starting off the game, you know, just under 3 minutes, getting 6 points already. Even though they didn't end up with the booyah, but they have decent elimination count to kind of, you know, give them a kind of a bed of roses to fall back on. But you got to feel for a team like PE Sports, for example, just not finding the footing at all.
Yep. They still need some time. Even though we're already halfway through the day, we still have 3 more maps left before we start closing things up. But it's rather surprising, right, that we haven't seen PE Sports do a little bit better in this game. I mean, at least Twisted Minds, I would say that they technically threw them under that bus, but they still did pretty well.
I mean, Nameless definitely got himself a highlight reel with that triple nade.
Yeah.
I mean, just catching Evo's Divine on that balcony and making sure that this team, of course, didn't get the booyah, but any point is worth it. So either way, Onyx Olympus, congratulations, double booyahs, and they have a chance to now kind of extend that lead, right? Last we checked on them, they were in 10th spot, but there is a good chance they move further up the leaderboard with this win.
Yeah, I do think that they should be able to go up the leaderboard. By how much, I'm not 100% sure yet. We'll update that accordingly. So far, I mean, I think today has already been basically just about that. Specifically, that 4th ring who has predetermined a lot of these winners. Again, a lot of 50-50s are taking place. If you're just at the wrong place, wrong time, you have to cross an entire river and guarantee yourself to be eliminated.
And I mean, when we first hear from Onyx Olympus after game 1, they did give us some insight, but now we get to hear more from Onyx Olympus, sending over to the Indonesian side.
Congratulations again and again, Onyx Olympus! Make some noise! I'm so excited because this is the second booyah for Onyx Olympus today. Okay, so I want to talk to you right now about your feel. What do you feel right now? Because this is the second booyah for Onyx Olympus.
Oke, kita mau ngobrol-ngobrol sedikit sama kamu. Gimana perasaan kamu sekarang karena ini booyah yang kedua kalinya untuk Onyx Olympus?
Lagi oke ya, Jumat berkah.
Perasaan kamu gimana? Udah kedua kalinya booyah?
Biasa aja. Soalnya kemarin kan RRQ 4 kali booyah. Baru 2 kali mah biasa aja.
So we feel like we just got lucky, but I think it's because last week RRQ got several booyah, so now it's our time.
Okay, it's so fun. And in the final fight with Buriram, what makes you able to beat them?
Di fight terakhir tadi sebelum kalian booyah, kalian kan bisa melawan Buriram. Menurut kamu tuh apa sih yang bikin kamu bisa mengalahkan Buriram?
Oh, Oki paling Oki. Ya aja Oki aja.
So I think we just got lucky, but we also think that Buriram is a chicken.
Just lucky? Seriously?
They got lucky, but Buriram was a chicken.
Oh, okay. So what do you want to say to them? Let's go.
Apa yang mau kamu sampaikan ke Buriram?
Smart.
Buriram, keep on going, keep on fighting.
Okay, we will see later. Because for a last question, I want to request a special request to you. You have celebration style, Oracle Olympus?
Kalian ada gaya selebrasi nggak kalau udah booyah?
Kagak ada, biasa aja. Nggak ada. Tos udah. Tos.
We don't have celebration style, so we just usually have a toast.
Oh my god, okay. So we will see later because we still have 3 games after this. So Kester, take it away.
Thank you very much, Baby Lee, Gwen, and Jack. I mean, it's a different level of confidence when you call the best team in the world chickens, and then you ask them to keep on fighting. But hey, you do you, right? You clutched around, you got the win, you get to talk whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm more curious about how he likes his toast. Does he like it with butter, some jam, maybe some kaya? Does he like it regular white? The type of bread also is pretty important. I'm curious. I mean, if they are going to keep on winning, there's going to be a lot of toast to actually eat throughout the day, right? 2 booyahs in a row. I'm suspecting if they get lucky again, a 3rd one is on the way. And, considering how these map splits have been on the 4th ring, it could very much be in their favor today.
I mean, the Indonesians, right? They probably eat it with green chili. That's the kind of toast I wanna. No, actually, no. I changed my mind. The toast with Indomie. Right? That's the staple right there. But Onyx Olympus, I think they kind of looked back at the first 2 weeks and they were like, everyone was talking about RQ Kazu because they were performing incredibly well. People were talking about BTR because they were the dark horse, and Onyx Olympus want to be part of that conversation again because they're playing catch up and catching up pretty fast.
Yeah, no, they're catching up pretty quick. I am curious to see the overall later, but let's first talk about an MVP of this game. Coming in from Onyx Olympus, I'm not sure who they're going to choose this time because we got a lot of good contenders from that match alone.
I want to say Gary. I feel like Gary. I mean, sure, right? He definitely had the big clutch as well. But of course, you gotta give special shout out, right, to Gary to make it happen at the very end. It was a combined effort. But Jack himself also really, in the heat of the moment, was able to pull off a win. It really comes down to that experience, right? You got the timing right with the shotgun at the very end, and even holding up the sign. Good game, well played, kids. By the way, I think this is the first time they have these signs, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, I love those signs. It gives them a way to express themselves to the camera. But then as soon as it's game time, you see his face change. It's like, game mode activate, game mode on. We gotta get locked in, boys. But let's look at their overall composition one more time. And yeah, they do really want to just punish people by hunkering around and maintain the highest height, the highest vantage point they can get in the game.
Even with the Steffi, which we kind of glazed through a little bit in round 1, the utilities to completely block out enemy utilities. In that final sequence, before Zyru went down, his Steffi was a game changer. Prevented any sort of glue wall melters from kind of destroying the castle built by Onyx Olympus's glue walls, and that kind of allowed them to play to their heart's content, right? They get to claim the center of the safe zone and kind of just let the blue take away the health pool of BRU, and we really get to see the innovation, right? Indonesia having their own meta. That's something that has been missing for quite a while, but the personality is really kind of showing its benefits.
Personality never leaves these Indonesians, right? They're all about it. They're all full of it, man. That's what makes them so interesting to watch. We look at the elimination meters, and it looks like Nameless was able to basically make a name himself in this game. 6 eliminations at first place. Jonah in 5th, and then we see Du from AG getting 4 eliminations here, tied up with Moshi from BRU and as well as Saifa, his own teammate.
AG Global once again not getting a booyah, but decent elim counts to make up for it, right? Just between the two of them, that's already 8 points. That's a third place finish worth of placement points. Key players for this round: Du with the most damage dealt, Cyrus with 15 headshots, then Nameless with 9 knockdowns.
Wow, 15 headshots coming in from Cyrus as the rusher. He was again, WAG was pressured and had to deal with a lot of conflict throughout the game before they even made it anywhere close to the 4th and 5th ring. I'm surprised that they were able to get overall, despite how much damage that they did receive, they managed to start pulling through to the latter half of the game. And I think this is where the meta, not even the current meta, but the tournament must think once more. Before, it became faster, then it slowed down. Now I think people might get a bit more aggressive early to try and punish teams like Onyx, for an example, who like to hunker down and play for that information.
And that's how BRU overtook them, right? BRU, aggressive, 16 eliminations, and even though they finished second, they still got the most points, 25, highest so far for today, and then Onyx Olympus getting 21, then AG Global, the Twisted Minds, 17 apiece, followed by the rest of the Indonesian teams. Not too shabby. I think the only team that really kind of feels a bit down is PE Sports, because they walked away with literally nothing again.
Yeah, it's a rough day to be a PE Sports fan right now. They are not separating themselves further as they're going to continue dropping down. At this point of time, right, we're just going to have to look at our top contenders to see if anybody actually breaks it into that behemoth level round of the top 4 and attack all around. They're still so far away.
I mean, look at consolation prize for Malaysian fans. Vamos 3 points away from tying up with PE Sports, right? So that's a good step. Heavy also hasn't made big strides. It's a bit unfortunate that Vamos kind of fell out early this round, but at least they are making small steps to catch up to the rest of the teams. And there is a good chance that by the end of the day, they make it close enough to GOW, which is currently gatekeeping that 12th spot.
Yep. I mean, again, if they can make it into top 12, that would be the most ideal, right? That's what this is all building up towards. Our next map is going to be Kalahari. So yeah, maybe we won't get so scuffed of an endgame ring. Maybe we're not going to have such a difficult transition between 4 to the rest of the game. But we'll see. It is Kalahari. This map is, well, to me, notorious for just being the worst. With so many quality of life changes, it's still pretty difficult to play overall.
And traditionally, it has been the playground for Indonesian teams. RQ Kazu always pops into mind, but with their absence, today might be a bit more free for all for the rest of the squads. And even Falcons, who have performed pretty well on that map, is not in the contending pool today. Speaking about Team Falcons, they actually are ranked 3rd on Kalahari, and Twisted Minds in 2nd. And then you have BRU, who are just miles ahead of everyone else.
Oh man, they get such good stats here. And I mean, their overall playstyle of just like picking and choosing their fights, but not only that, completely disengaging, going out into the blue, clearing their backs effectively, and while still taking every opportunity that actually presents itself. That's how they're different from teams like Twisted Minds, who have very similar ideas of the game. Clear your backs, make aggressive movements forward, look for a position to play on the outside of the ring before you get back into the ring towards 5 and 6.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to say, I mean, BRU, they have the fact that they have 71 eliminations on this map out of 115 points. That really tells you how BRU has adapted to a map that they used to struggle with maybe a year ago. We're gonna head to the desert dunes of Kalahari, the most hated map for 99% of the Free Fire population, but I, for one, am against that. I love this map. It's my favorite one, and I'm just happy to see it back in the competitive pool, but heading in just a little bit.
Yeah, not everybody agrees with that opinion here. The dust, the sand gets everywhere. Gets into uncomfortable spots here. With plenty of dunes to play with, lots of elevations, plenty of buildings. You're not going to find Lisa and Algaib here. All you're going to find is Kalahari.
And that's good enough. Perhaps you'll find BRU. Maybe they're the next messenger to bring upon retribution to everyone else. If they kind of get another big round, then we can say for a fact that BRU are back to their winning ways and will be in that first spot for a long time. Everything brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. As always, that's how you see these players landing just crazy crisp shots.
And plenty of battery life to keep you guys in the game for longer, having more runs if things don't go well. Hopefully things are going to change around for PE Sports. They're going to be landing towards Bayfront here almost instantaneously. Very safe flight path. And looks like we haven't gotten many skews here today. Just some really tough transitional circles.
In fact, it's a pretty spread drop. And look at BRU taking over Stone Ridge, but it's not enough. They sent Wasana out on a one-man recon mission. As again, the homework that they did is just more than a lot of other teams. The fact that they can identify drop spots that can leave them uncontested. I can say the same for Exposy, having to face up against Allen, who dashes with the Tatsuya but loses half his health bar. Wash, got a gun in hand. Exposy taking the fight. Tatsuya repositions. Allen trying to win this out, but Exposy a bit more sharp with his shot.
Nicely done here, winning out this 1v1 and getting an elimination for his troubles. We start looking at the rest of PE Sports getting attacked by Evos Divine. Rather interesting. They're going to start pulling away closer towards the center of town. Maybe you pick up more resources along the way, but Aim God not going to make that comfortable.
Even right now, for Evos Divine, it's like to get shot by Nero for at least for now. In PE Sport, they have a good compound to work with at Bayfront, whereas for Evos Divine, a lot more spread out. They do insert one guy in the flank to see if Evos Divine can make that work. For now, even PE Sports don't feel whole. I think Nero is the only guy there.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna be. I think the PE Sports after the rest of them should be making their way out unless they start trading shots to delay. But WAG now looking for Exposy. He's already won 1v1. Let's see whether or not Alan is going to try and get some revenge. I do feel that at this stage of the game, should you really be fighting, is this a good use of time? You are picking up these resources, but really, you're just at the furthest edge of the map anyways. What? Wait, hold on. Exposy is getting shot from a different angle entirely and gets knocked by who? I would only imagine it's another WAG member. And yes, it is. It's Cyrus.
Yeah, revenge for earlier. So WAG gets 1 point. Get to rendezvous with the rest of the squad as we hear the first siren of Kalahari. Evos Divine making their move towards where PE Sports used to be, and PE Sports themselves scattered out. And Hong Ang and LBT both getting shot. And I believe it's Bionic Olympus that might alert Evos Divine to a third party. And LBT, not long for this world. Gary, wow, what a long range takedown.
Yeah, no, this is actually really good for PE Sports, right? It tells them, hey, at least we're not crossing this open field while this happens, right? We can at least sit back by the fence line, the concrete fence line, hold off our sector, and just look down at PE Sports, who are going to get intercepted by Onyx. Oh, the portal go to look for a different angle to split them into two. These Narrow trying to get away on a vehicle means that there's only one other person left to dry.
Process of elimination. Even see him prone down. Yeah, that's a freebie right there. Wow, WAG finding Twisted Minds. Maybe trying to get a couple of extra points. Cyrus takes up the fight. Wins out in health pool. And more than enough for him to win that one against Diamond. Expo does get knocked down though. Sa Ming also chipping in. WAG losing 2 in the process. In the meantime, it's AG Global that finds Vamos at this bunker. I think Vamos might not be long for the round, losing, I believe, 3 members already. But thankfully, the revive does come through at the very end as BRU cleans up IDS.
Wow, and they're doing it very effectively as well. They're still, hold on, whether or not Rap is going to live, this is going to be a completely different story. Does he get the revive off in that time? Hopefully he did. Looks like, yeah, 5 eliminations, 4 Twisted Minds. Heavy, whoa, this escalated quick. What happened? Evos with BTR, with Heavy as well.
Yeah, so many teams breaking out into a fight simultaneously. Riptide Rhythm to the back to break that glue wall, but because Those in front are still standing. Ekao gets to disengage. BTR looking to rendezvous with the veteran. Ray Meow on the run on the other side. Our observers working overtime, overclocking to catch all the action as Hans goes for the chase. Ray Meow on the top floor, turnaround. A bit of chip damage onto Hans, not enough to knock him down, but Vamos in damage control mode.
Yep, they're going to kill squads of 2. That's the idea. Chase down these freebies wherever they can. Make sure that they can regroup afterwards. As Kabi is going to try and hold the rest of BTR Delta in this structure for as long as possible. So the sooner they finish this up, the sooner they can actually walk away. Because now Onyx looks like they want to take advantage of the situation. They don't have the best weapon area in the world, but they do spot ABAX out and they gun him down.
Completely just showered with pellets. Another point for Onyx Olympus. I mean, Evo's Divine. Such a vulnerable position. We have so many fights, so many takedowns, and yet all teams are still in the game. 44 players remain, with revives coming to left, right, and center. Attack all around. All screen finds Evo's Divine as Onyx Olympus tries to amp up the pressure onto BTR. Another portal go onto the roof of where BTR compounds is, but Heavy is nearby.
I'm surprised there's not many shots being taken here, but then again, LOS is pretty difficult! Jack tries to go for a single takedown, does get some really good damage, and now he's got takes with another member already down. Base, unfortunately. But Jack is all by himself, right? The second floor is complete chaos with Gary trying to fight his way back up the stairs.
And I mean, BTR are the losers of this. The fact that eBay still picked himself back up means that Onyx Olympus, they really don't lose anything in this exchange. BTR running with tails between their legs, and Onyx Olympus decisive assault to gain control of this compound.
Yeah, and that's going to loot them up all the way to what they need, right? They've got the weapon area that they want. They've got a refill of resources. I'm surprised they're playing this aggressive, right? They're not trying to make a hard read. They're trying to farm for some points.
That's what having a good day feels like, right? In the zone, they are the main character and they have the aura to go along with it. 7 eliminations so far. We still have all squads remaining in this game. Considering how eventful it has been, I'm surprised that no teams have been eliminated just yet.
I mean, they've been able to recover for a large majority of it. Oh, Don, he's getting blasted. SPE going to be able to at least put some pressure before heading away. I am curious where this next ring is going to be. Oh, looks like as we move in, PE Sports right at the very north side of it. Looks like they might want to gatekeep. Do they want to gatekeep before the river? No, it looks like they're going to cross it and head into the structures closer towards the eastern side.
And then actually got picked off by Vamos, who revived the whole team, went for a reset. It feels like they are back in action. Everything is back in order. Uncontested, having time to kind of patch themselves up. Cypher, of course, finding a very wounded Cyrus. Will take that point. AG Global, 5 on the board.
Yep, and they want to maintain control over, at the very least, the Western Hemisphere. Tanking the blue as well. From Foundation's side, there is a bit of a lake that they want to walk around rather than cut through. Fastest way possible, just to get to a POI. 5 eliminations in the bag. I think they're in good position to start walking through. The Western side isn't as contested in comparison to the East, but let's have a look at the Indo-Stars and as well as Onyx. Onyx, it looks like they're now going to hunker down, right? They're not aggressively pushing in, and they don't want to go through all that open area just to fight on top of tents.
I feel like they are very well equipped for the rest of the round. They just maintain that lead. They're still very deep in the safe zone. You can say the same for IDS. Probably gotta wait until the next circle forms to make that decision. But for now, Onyx Olympus in a very comfortable spot. Just fun fact about Moshi, knockdown leader so far, 125 knockdowns in this knockout stage. At this point of time, BRU arriving at Santa Catarina, that's where we saw IDS and also Onyx Olympus, but Indo-Stars are the one that receives fire from BRU.
Yep, and BRU going to take advantage of this, right? They see the open backs of Indo-Stars and they're going to push them closer and closer towards Onyx side. And I think that Onyx at this point, they don't need to do anything. They can just pick them off as soon as they start coming to... Wait, Portal Go, actually. Indo-Stars, we've got a pretty okay position here. Do they notice it?
think Liam, Liam definitely has intel to work with, right? Because they know where Onyx Olympus are at, how they navigate BRU's presence. Even for Buriram United, they're not in a rush. Next circle will be forming in just a little bit. The UAV flying through the air as well. Onyx Olympus just observing the surroundings. Of course, again, Indo-Stars are in the roughest spot, but depending on whether BRU pushes in, it might affect Onyx Olympus as well, as the circle now forces BRU to move inwards.
Yeah, BRU, they're catching outliers here. They see Heavy, they saw them hop over them. They took a couple of shots, but then they also recognize it's just one person. It's not as big of points. OP Esports, and as well as Onyx going into full combat.
And Peaceball just walked into a meat grinder. Onyx Olympus set up for a perfect ambush. Zairu even goes for the execution. 3 for P Sports. Just eliminated just like that, and finished off by IDS. PE Sports. What is happening? 11th place finish once more.
It's not a good day for them. It really isn't a good day for them today. And Indo-Stars, they wanted to capitalize on it, but they just PE Sports got blasted so quick they had to disengage. And now Twisted Minds even take the neighboring building across just to get involved. What's going on here? We heard the Indo-Stars getting shot at, but it doesn't look like the fight was as conclusive or at least as prolonged as they wanted it to be.
Twisted Minds showing up doesn't make it any easier. They themselves have 7 eliminations in the bag. Of course, they are further away from the Indonesians, at least for now. But once IDS makes that push, we might see Twisted Minds capitalize on it. Well, for now they see Ray. They just got pushed away by a separate squad, and of all the things to run into is Gary's stray landmine.
Why is it doing all the way out there? Oh, it was a cash point as well. Oh, maybe that was why. But rather interesting position of that mine. Now we see back at AG and as well as Heavy. Once again, both of these teams have taken like a good amount of damage from everybody in the lobby thus far, right? But even for BRU, they're taking a more passive approach. They're not showing too much presence here. They're just making sure that WAG don't come their way.
Yeah, this is starting to get a bit too crowded. AG Global, they do have kind of a way to make a rotation if they want. There's the main road through the bridge, which will be gate capped by Heavy for now. I think AG Global knows this, so a push is imminent. Portal go, drop Cypher on the roof. And this is going to be the assault. And you see that relocation from Witang, 2-prong attack. Unfortunately, Get Nice kind of hung out to dry by his teammates. The isolation not really working in the favor of Heavy, but at least they got one guy to a vending machine. And BRU now stands in front of AG.
Oh, that was such an interesting maneuver. So Cypher comes down, he sees one member go past him, but he waits, triggered discipline, turns around knowing that somebody else is most likely going to come out of the building, and they do immediately find a straggler here, right? Luckily, Reinforcements wasn't able to actually have LOS off that angle, but he was able to glue wall it off anyway. So, really clean attack here as we look over at Vamos and as well as Twisted Minds. The number of portal goes crossing each other in that one concentrated area is rather surprising. How many people got out of their way just to get here?
Definitely not Evos. We just got wiped out by Twisted Minds again, back-to-back rounds. Seems like a shadow that keeps following them. Onyx Olympus, 13 eliminations. They've essentially gotten a booyah at this point, right? Still 9 more teams remain. Vamos is one of them, fully resetted after a rough early game. Evo's Onyx Olympus now up against BRU, who wants revenge for the previous round. The booyah stolen away. And Riptide Rhythm from afar. Jonah gets completely caught off guard. That was a third-party Riptide Rhythm. And Jonah going down puts BRU at a disadvantage.
Unlucky for BRU. Onyx just have to play defensively. They moved up into the second floor, and they just have to guard, make sure that nobody's able to scale up and guard the staircases to get there. At this point, I think now they still want to apply pressure by just hunkering down, and they've gotten a great read on the ring. Let's see after the blue closes whether or not they're going to get lucky again.
See, if they can get rid of BRU, it would be perfect. They get the whole compound to themselves. More breathing room. AG Global, they're perched on that watchtower. To not be safe. The blue zone will close in. We just saw the exit of Heavy as well, so down to 8 teams. BRU, I think the party was spoiled by Indo-Stars from behind. Attack all around, also making their presence known after a bit of silence in the early game. Their business is with Twisted Minds. And Limit, 2 back-to-back shots, 2 back-to-back knocks.
Oh, that's gonna be pretty frustrating for the Twisted Minds. They're already taking so much damage, and now they have to keep on using resources to tank the blue as well because there's no way in. Vamos directly in their line to get into a safe spot. Wait, AG gonna get flushed out here, forced off of the roof.
And AG, we talked about them needing to move because of the circle. Indostars, can they hold AG back? Attack all around. They are in the outer perimeter. Sci-Fi against Purgatory, and now attack all around. Finally showing the presence. Purgatory, good takedown on the Sci-Fi as IDS tries to escape through the back door. Caramel hot on the tail. Attack all around. Desperately playing catch up from behind as Limit finds a snipe on to lead. IDS not getting a free pass out of here. And Vamos, they are going to be the next checkpoint as the teams funnel into their compound. But IDS, they feel trapped right now in that house.
I mean, just look at what Onyx is doing right now. They see everything happening on the right side of the map. IDS, and even this fight here between Vamos as well as Twisted Minds, the only problem is that it's happening indoors.
And this is going to be Twisted Minds against Vamos. Twisted Minds somehow losing the fight. Nameless pick back up. June unfortunately needs help, doesn't get it. Attack all around on the ground floor. Multiple parties in this building. Is going to be AG Global prone on top of the room. Lufty dashes into the blue. Just wants to find safety out onto the balcony for now, but doesn't find space to heal back up. And it is the full force of Twisted Minds in the building. Separated by the blue wall for now. Lufty healing back up in time. The grenade misses from behind. Lufty needs to reposition. This man is running left, right, and center, but the blue zone is not giving him much of an option to work with.
Yep, Twisted Minds. That costed them a member. Xboxy's not going to be able to get back up here. The rest of oh man, this is just utter chaos. Shooting from every building. BRU forced to get out of there. Onyx gonna get a couple of shots before they mirror them straight away down on the base floor. WAG, they don't mind this, but Twisted Minds AG as well as attack all around. Seeing this happen are punishing the bottom floor teams.
Yeah, and Onyx Olympus and BRU both split up. BRU went for the building with WAG as Onyx Olympus went to the IDS side, which is less populated. So Onyx Olympus again making the good read to take on more space. Now they just gotta get rid of IDS. Gary, good start to take out Rab. BRU making the wrong move. WAG takes them out. Onyx Olympus, 16-18 eliminations and still counting. Zyru will be picked back up. Onyx Olympus finding space to work with as the rest of the teams are just taking each other out. Another reposition. Gary on top of the roof, exposing himself, and now they gotta get past the fence. Gary, the first one to hop through. Twisted Mind out in the 5th. Onyx Olympus still holding on. Folky one, Zyru doesn't get it, but the rest of the Thai teams are funneled into one another. WAG being victim to that, and Zyru holding on. Onyx Olympus from every single angle. It's between them. An attack all around, and a wild start from AG, and look at where Onyx Olympus are. Right on top of the high ground. Jump God could not get it. Onyx Olympus scores a hat trick in today. Folky jumps back up only to be put down. It's 3 Booyahs for the Indonesians.
They're coming in big time. They're coming in different. Back to back to back. These Booyahs coming in from Onyx Olympus. They're going to get all the screen time in the world today. Information is key. And because they held on to that balcony, they noticed the less populated side, and BRU stuck on that ground floor could not see over the fence. Nicely done by Onyx Olympus.
The best possible call as well to not capitalize on BRU leaving first, but to take on IDS. That compound was the moneymaker. That was what Onyx Olympus needed to win the round. Perfect read, perfect decision making. We've seen them kind of lucked out with the circle in their favor. This round was them being put to the test. How do you survive a tight compound with so many teams in the proximity? And they made all the right decisions. I think they dropped more than 20 eliminations this game. They have set the record for most points in a single day, at least for week 3.
Yeah, I mean, this game, a lot of teams were still alive, right? They were farming off of each other, but they were also consistently getting revives. And then, once again, by the 4th ring, we are seeing it was just overpopulated. People were dropping left, right, and center, and still somehow it took until almost the 5th ring before we got to see a clean squad elimination.
I mean, for me, I think the only outlying event of this round was the elimination of PE Sports by Onyx Olympus, right? That was the only weird sequence of events by Onyx Olympus. Really, props to them. I think ending the round with 21 eliminations. Just what a step up from this team. I mean, if they want to prove a point, they definitely have proven it.
Yeah, they've definitely proven their point. It's not... this game definitely was not luck, right? They never had to make a 50-50 decision. It's just information presented to them and they decide based off of it, right? But there were also some very aggressive moves from them. PE Sports got really unlucky here, ran into the meat grinder, got turned into sausages, food for cattle to the slaughter. But after that, right, when people got right up into their faces, when we saw multiple teams actually run into Onyx, knowing full well that they're in there, BRU, they end up losing a member trying to make it into their compound, and then afterwards, everybody stopped moving to their building.
And you look at this, right, a collective effort for Onyx, take the right compound, winning the 1v1s, and even this is not easy to pull off, right? You gotta get over the fence, the blue is coming in, so much pressure, but Onyx weathered the storm, and at the very end, because of that, were able to get the win for themselves. You really gotta imagine the prep that Onyx Olympus did coming into week number 3. It just feels like a completely different squad.
It really is. It really, really is. And I'm loving what I'm seeing so far, right? They take their time with things, and now we're seeing a more aggressive side of them on top of having, you know, making the right choices, making smart decisions, and still being able to execute, which is what's really making this hot streak so immensely feel. You can feel it through the insulation, man. You can feel it through the hot suit that's supposed to protect you.
I mean, if Onyx Olympus continues this onslaught, right, they might set the record for most points in a single day. But for now, again, we go back to the Indonesian studio to listen to what Onyx Olympus has to say about the third Booyah.
Congratulations for Onyx Olympus! The most Booyah today. Wow, I'm so excited. And I'm Baby Lee with someone, one of the best player from Onyx Olympus, of course. Hi, Siro.
Hai, Kak.
What makes you have good performance today?
Apa yang membuat kamu dan Onyx main dengan bagus banget hari ini?
Soalnya kalau main bagus nih, poinnya tinggi, Booyah banyak, liburan lebih banyak, kata Bang Apem.
We got so many Booyah because we will get a lot of points. Yes. We also will get a lot of holiday because of it if we win over and over again.
Holiday? Okay, it's so fun. Okay. So who is the most dangerous team today?
Tim mana yang paling berbahaya hari ini?
Buat hari ini sih nggak ada, soalnya kan kita yang Booyah.
There's no dangerous team today because we got Booyah for several times.
I really like your answer. Okay, last but not least, maybe you have a message for someone like a family, opponent, or coach, player?
Terakhir tapi nggak kalah penting, kamu ada pesan-pesan nggak untuk ya mungkin kayak teman, keluarga, lawan, atau mungkin pacar?
Buat Sonic yang udah dukung, makasih. Ya berkat kalian juga kita bisa Booyah di sini. Pokoknya makasih semuanya.
Okay, so for Sonic, thank you for always supporting us. I think it's because of you guys, so we can get Booyah.
Oh wow, Sonic for Onyx Olympus, make some noise! Congratulations once again, and we will see how performance Indonesian team today. So, Kester, take it away.
Again, Onyx Olympus, we're gonna run out of people to interview at this point, right? We've gone through, you know, more than half the roster. Zairu, he just wants the holidays. I think if they continue down this path, they're gonna get some holidays, you know, by the end of the week. But for now, Onyx Olympus, they have been able to really kind of come up with a loadout that allows them to gather intel and make those educated guesses.
And I think it's really benefiting them this time around, right? Because previously when they did that, it's about gaining a lot of ground upon your opponent, right, in the early game, maintaining a very large area of space, and then eventually focus on clean ways of making your entry into those mid-game rings, and then hunkering down. Now, I think they've taken a slightly different approach, right? Yes, especially for some of their atypical maps, we do see some of the habits still apply, like Bermuda, for an example, or even Purgatory, but I think this time around, they are becoming more aggressive. They are like looking to catch up in terms of points overall, and that's why we're seeing them having a lot less hesitation walking into a town, seeing that there's a 3-story building and being like, yes, this is how we're going to do this.
And finally, Gary gets his shot at the spotlight. MVP of the round, 11 eliminations, more than half of the total that his team has. I think the A124, 6 headshots in hand. And this guy, if he's not already on your radar, he definitely should be now. And also, quick shout out to Neptune, as we're having a kind of behind the scenes discussion about the lineup, the loadout that Onyx Olympus is bringing into week 3, and it's just you get info, you force people to fight you without utilities, and you win those fights. And I think that's what is making Onyx Olympus so scary right now.
I mean, they're great at doing so many things when they are standing still. Better yet, there's also the fact that people in mid-rotation are going to get punished. If you have glue walls, basically doesn't matter with the A1. And overall, if you're stuck in a structure, right, if there are walls that you cannot penetrate, they still have answers to that to actually maintain pressure against you.
It's tough. You have triple R. You basically have 3 instances of a satellite from Onyx Olympus, and then you have A124 that basically is like an EMP grenade, takes out all your abilities, and then you have Steffi that basically blocks out your drone utilities. I mean, if you want to kind of fight with raw firepower on Olympus, they've kind of brought it to the enemies over and over again. These 3 Booyahs are not a fluke, and sure, even Jack, he has 1 elim, but his utility sets it up for the rest of his team.
Yep, util is so important right now. 11 eliminations overall, Gary, and in first place in terms of elimination leader, but even his boy Zairu at 5, with everybody else tied up against Pokin as well as Saming. Let's not forget about Keybase at currently 4 eliminations. This was such a big game for Onyx. I really think they might even have an opportunity to actually enter top 4, but I'll do some quick math here real quick, and we look at the key players. Look at the damage from Keybase.
I mean, 3,000 plus damage. I am surprised that despite it having so much, eliminations, the damage is still hovering around the 3k mark, which means it's all effective damage, right? They're getting eliminations off of every shot. Poki still gets 6 headshots in, and Explore having a heavier game for him, 4 revives overall. When we look at the game standings, it's 33 points for Onyx Olympus, highest so far for the day off of 1 round. But attack all around is not too shabby. They themselves also back 22.
Yeah, they farmed quite a bit here, despite not making it all the way to the very end. They are doing an amazing job, right? And I think that at least for Twisted Minds, they're looking a little bit more in form. AG as well as WAG have been, holding themselves hand in hand for a good amount of time. They have just been taking the full brunt of everybody who refuses to let them go away. They try and disengage, they get blasted every time.
Absolutely. And I mean, right now you look at the overall standings, Onyx Olympus moving up the wall, or moving up the world, taking over, or overtaking Team Falcons for now. But of course, Team Falcons, they're not playing today. The fact that Onyx Olympus can overtake them is a good sign, right? And now WAG is the next in line. Onyx Olympus really, when you look at the first 2 weeks, Onyx Olympus, they were at the bottom half of the leaderboard. And now they are really just shooting up the chart.
Yeah, they're downloading all that information, right? They understand that in these long forms of games, everybody is going to continuously adapt. One day is never going to be the same as the other. So as long as they have the information to actually deal with these types of adaptations, their decisions are pretty simple to make.
And I think, we have 2 more rounds left, a random map and Nextera. You gotta talk about PE Sports because they have not found their footing. Maybe this is the break that they need. We'll go for a break and come back for more action. losing against Plat people.
Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back. The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back. The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better.
Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world. No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
It's our country.
Impossible for other region to win.
No chance for you guys.
Don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement. Let's go. The tournaments will have 3 stages: Knockout, Point Rush, and Grand Finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Purgatory, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion? Vietnam, Thailand.
No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Be something that you
What's up, everybody? If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Free Fire World Series here in Southeast Asia's Fall Season 2024. And by far, Day 7 has been giving us everything that we wanted. We're seeing teams really start to innovate. Other teams really starting to bring the heat. But here at map number 5, that's when we're kind of interested to see whether or not this is going to be it. And we still have one more random map after. My name is Giddy Q. This is going to be Husky here as our co-caster. But what do you think about Day 7 so far?
So far, Onyx Olympus really showing up big time, right? They are playing today as if it's the final lap to top 5, and I'd say look at the overall leaderboard. They are 142 points away from BRU, who is currently in first. If you consider the factors, right? You consider the position at the start of the week. Onyx Olympus have been tearing up the storm. 3 booyahs. The only one that they missed out was game number 2. But even then, 3 booyahs in a single day is crazy. 79 points so far and 2 more rounds to go.
Yep, it's big time, right? It's big time here. If they could finish off the day with 2 more, that would be insane. That would be overwhelming odds for Onyx. And honestly, that might really close the distance between them. Between them and maybe even BRU if it's going to be that high of a total points. But at this point of time, we're going into Nextera. What are some of the expectations we need to set before we get into this map?
Yeah, I think, even as a shocker is that Vamos is slightly higher than Twisted Minds in terms of the points gathered today. But a bit of a dynamic shift when we head over to Nextera in just a little bit, with AG Global being the best team on this map thus far, followed by Twisted Minds and then Team Falcons. At least for once, we don't see BRU on that top 3 list. Just overtaking everyone by a mile. This time, we have different contenders on the board.
I mean, Nextera is definitely one of those maps. Those final rings can end up in some pretty high, densely populated areas with plenty of structures. Sometimes around some of the bigger mega structures, and you gotta really take advantage of the opportunities given to you. And I think, for AG, Twisted Minds, and as well as Valken, they're all very, very good at that moment-to-moment decision make that really changes the momentum of that game. We'll see whether or not it's going to be that final circle, because I think the entire story of today is that 4th circle has been really, really brutal for the first 3 maps. Maybe not the 4th map, but coming into this 5th one, we'll see whether the story continues.
Yeah, we've got us a pretty interesting circle for the entire day. But let's look at some player head-to-head. We got Gary from Onyx Olympus against Attack All Around Jump God. And I mean, Jump God has just incredibly higher headshot ratios compared to what Gary has. But then you look at the eliminations, right? The fact that Jump God is slightly higher than Gary feels a bit weird, but remember, Jump God, at least in the first 2 weeks, has been really tearing up the storm. Gary starting to catch up a little bit, so perhaps numbers are going to change by the end of today. The fact that Gary's in the spotlight itself is a statement.
Yep. I mean, the team has been doing very, very well. Hopefully, they're going to continue as we start moving into our next teams. I am hoping that Bigatron Delta here are going to be able to pull up big time. They got close in the first couple of maps here today, but now they're slowly dwindling off. They've been struggling to make it at least into top 8, so let's see whether they can secure that first before we push them even further.
There's only one way to find out if Onyx can continue their ways of winning. If they bag Nextera, it's going to be 3 back-to-back Booyahs, and on top of the one at Bermuda to make it 4. The highest record of Booyahs the team has gotten in a single day was 5, and accomplished by BRU. No teams have been able to clock in 6 in a row, the holy journey in a single day. But if Onyx can get 5 itself, that's already is good enough.
That's as close as we're ever going to see it here at one of the bigger tournaments of the year. But we'll see it here. Don't forget the Galaxy S24 Ultra, where Galaxy AI is already here, keeping your win streak alive. Is very true. As Onyx
Yeah.
Olympus continues to dominate 4 now. This could be the stop here. This is the moment where it's like, oh man, if only we just use the right phones. Hopefully they are. We don't get to see the hand cams just yet, but a very even flight path all around.
I can assure you that all of them are using the phone. So, no excuses, right? It really comes down to the mechanics in game, the strategy. Of course, something that I think PS1 needs to work on. We'll check in on them in a little bit. Some more pressing matters between Vamos and Twisted Minds. And Vamos actually had a decent result against Twisted Minds thus far today. Ray Meow again, good support, medic gun. And also to heal up his teammates. But B needs a bit of assistance. Jun on the outside already, still keeping the Tatsuya ability in hand. Twisted Minds getting pincered. Good shot from Jun. And the follow-up, Nameless with the trade. Nameless getting elimination, but Jun finding 2 in a row is Samming down. Vamos off to a great start.
Yeah, 2 elims so far. They could go for a little bit more here, but the rest of the team may not necessarily have the resources. They're going to get McRory back up alive here as the rest... Wait, hold on. Get nice. Once again, looking for any opportunities to get involved with whatever Vamos is doing, knowing that usually they like to go for early engagements or they get contested straight away.
It's already a win for Vamos, the fact that they did control the vending machine. And Get Nice sees it, not that he can do much about it. Krillin actually finds McRory though. Snipe, McRory just got revived and instantly goes down. This could be Get Nice chance. 1v2, ambushes Ray Meow. Tatsuya dash, it's him and Lufty who has the better footwork. Get Nice, turn the corner, ring around the Rosie, ring around the blue wall. Again, Get Nice. 1v2 clutch, more than enough for Heavy to get off to a good start.
Oh, Jun, he comes just a little bit too late, just sees the massacre. Well, he should hear the healing. He should turn the corner here, and they go straight in. Get Nice, making the correct decision here. Drop the glue wall first before he finishes off cooldown for his heal. He's worried that Jun is going to do it again. I don't know, he doesn't spot his butt out there, actually. He actually makes it moves away. The UAV gonna spot the rest of Twisted Minds as well as Heavy. I think Jun now realizes that it's only just one person here, which also means that there could be backup elsewhere.
With McRory getting sniped right after the revive, Jun has to run, but WAG might clean him up. We'll hope that's not the case. Stop, gets dropped, and yeah, Vamos is not getting a good round at all, out in last place. The PE Sports, they find themselves Caramel, a better start compared to what we've seen so far, and don't cry. The help of Wang Ang finds Cypher. AG Global losing a couple.
Okay, not bad, not bad. 3 eliminations for PE. They're not the first team to actually get eliminated. It's Vamos, sadly. The Dinocular is also going to be used as they scout out the rest of the southern side of this ring before they get into position for gatekeeping here, or taking advantage of anybody who decides to show up. The Arsenals are, at least for these teams, they should be getting some higher quality loot.
Onyx Olympus under pressure from WAG. Alan just absolutely gets sprayed down. Cyrus on the run, Zairu going for the chase. Again, bait and switch, very well executed. Onyx Olympus has Gary dropped on the floor. Zairu needs help, doesn't get it. Gary stands back up, and Jack occupied by Krillin tries to find it. The Tatsuya dash, Krillin turns around. Jack somehow not getting the knockdown just yet. And it's going to be Keybase to get dropped off screen. Jack finally gets the elimination. Onyx Olympus somehow weathering the storm to stay alive.
Dang, 5 eliminations already. They're going to be able to pick Keybase up, but man, they are just winning every situation. No! Keybase! The rest of Heavy decide to get involved, and they also find one more.
There's the vending machine. Jack has found it. Revives will come true. End of it, I mean, they only lose a little bit. Seems like Zairu still wants to continue fighting, try to catch V-Town on the side, but Get Nice with a good spot to keep his teammates safe. Now going for the push. The auto go is dropped, but Zairu has no time to go for the buffer, and somehow Heavy gets their hand on the vending machine and still gets knocked down by Jack, who refuses to give out ground. And Heavy loses another member Kabi gets Gary, good snipe from afar. Onyx Olympus not willing to evacuate from this area, but they are starting to get a Widow down.
Yeah, but I mean, they're losing resources quick, right? Hans getting back involved here. Does get a knock. Wait, Kabi, he gets knocked down, but Hans on the opposite side is looking for Jack, who's walled himself off. Get nice, tries to turn the corner. Zyru gets a good spray against him, but Jack eventually goes down. Oh no, this is not going well. Too many casualties. Heavy at 7 elims. Is this worth it? As P Esports now Portal go in to say, hey, what's been going on here? What's going down on the bottom floors?
Heavy got the revive. P Sports is here. Attack all around on the other side. And Get Nice didn't even stand a chance. Gets the job done. Hans needs to run, but yeah, also goes down. 7 points, but an early exit will not be the conclusion they're looking for. Thankfully, Heavy still gets away. To say the same for Onyx Olympus, who was able to kind of disengage just in time. But Onyx Olympus, right, they get the full team back. They got 7 eliminations, so I suppose the team that gets the last laugh is still Onyx Olympus.
Yep, I mean, Heavy are able to evacuate, and it looks like they are getting one of their revives back. Onyx and Heavy have been farming each other pretty much the entirety of this game, and now this has led up and turned into a bit of an echo chamber here with attack all around, trying to get into position to start getting some better angles against PE, who have a portal go to disengage whenever. But it looks like they want to close the distance to finish it off. LBT is the first to go and get knocked down.
That's the butterfly effect in action. RMP's already lost 2. Don't cry, they even stand a chance. Revivals come true once more. Huang An with the pocket market to get the revive. Needs to disengage again. PE Sports, they're off to a stellar start, but you don't want to be out in 11th place. Not when you have a better beginning than you ever had this entire day.
Oh man.
BTR finding Evil's Divine Aim got isolated. This should be an easy pickoff.
This keeps on happening. This keeps on happening to Evos every single time. Gonna hunt it down. BTR gonna be able to clear off their backs here, which is great for them because now they are gonna be walking in from the northwestern side, which is a lot easier to actually cross on over compared to the northeastern side, which has a bit of a river where a lot of teams usually start rotating from. Anyways, as they get closer into this upcoming ring, second going into third, once we reveal the 4th one, hopefully it's going to be a rather standard game. At least allow these players to breathe rather than have to make their entire game based off of their one decision on the 4th round.
Oh yeah. Even for BTR, they finally get a lot of ground to cover, a lot of space to work with as well. BRU quietly racking up eliminations, 5 in fact. Off screen. So this is a round where, you know, BRU in round 4 didn't really get too much done. Eliminated quite early, but also because of the absolute mess that final circle was. But this one definitely a lot better. They might even find a straggler from EVOS.
Yeah, plenty of... Oh, they're just compiling so many resources. Redundancy, making sure that this place is cleaned out and they can't... Well, the rest of the teams actually won't be able to, like, restock themselves. Interesting idea here as the Indostar is looking to take some high ground. BTR really concentrated on the top end here.
Let's see. This is going to get messy. IDS one side. Engaging with attack all around first. So if you're BTR, just let it play out. Right? Maybe you can take advantage of that. Onyx Olympus, want to be a part of this, but they got AG Global showing up as well. Onyx Olympus somehow getting limit of all people from that range. About to get messy. Onyx Olympus covering so much angles.
Yeah, I mean, this seems very much like their old playstyle, right? The way that they gatekeep, making sure that they have one strong point that they want to concentrate on, and yet still having a leg in on where everybody is kind of centered around, which in this case is going to be Zipway. Now, so we do see the circle actually start to move. It looks like they're going to reposition towards the north side of Zipway. They still want to maintain angles over them, and it looks like Jump God notices the BTR members held up on that pylon.
And look, I mean, we just saw Onyx Olympus reposition as well. Again, putting themselves far away from the commotion, but close enough to make an impact to influence the outcome. Distant Mice, that's Jack in the open. By the way, Nameless just reached 100 assists in this knockout stage in this entire season so far. Jack able to find cover just in time. Might not get the help that he needs though.
Yeah, the UAV is gonna get sent out, and the boys are gonna follow along. Hop onto the truck, ditching one of their members. Too bad for you. We're gonna go on first, and they're gonna take their first engagement, right? Sniper gonna sit back behind. They can tank the blue a little bit, but the important thing is finding a position in this ring. And Twisted Minds, I think their position just got jacked by Onyx Olympus.
If Onyx Olympus wins this out, they will not only get to gatekeep this area, but also find themselves in a comfortable spot. You look at the surroundings, right? There's no one there. It's just these two. Onyx Olympus have been getting the correct read so far, and I think they're ready for the fight.
Yep, they are ready for the fight. They love it. They love if they're not going to get a full engagement coming up from Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds are like, okay, we know your setup. We've done this before. We're going to get in your face. And they portal go to do it.
See, wow, that one's going to break out just a little bit. Look at the center point. So many teams. 2 less space for the amount of contenders there. I think our attention might just fall back. Onyx Olympus takes the portal go straight into the center. Put themselves right in the thick of the battlefield.
Oh my god, everything is gonna... If the ring pulls towards the north side away from Zipway, this is gonna get messy very quickly. But we'll see in just a little bit, because right now, it's just the artillery. Nades are coming in from everybody. All teams are just hunkering around Zipway as of right now. And despite it all, Onyx, in the thick of it, they push deeper inwards.
And you see they are not really moving that much, right? Onyx Olympus, this could be the greatest risk ever taken. And the goal portal does expose, that the presence of a hostile team. BRU having a good spot to work with. P-Sport wants to come in. Jump got shot out of the air. This is getting a bit too tight. Onyx Olympus might be forced to get down and dirty in just a little bit.
Yeah, I think BRU have a really good spot, right? They have an entire section for themselves. They're putting a lot of pressure on Indostars and attack all around. If they get shot, they have plenty of natural cover to work with, and they even have a full fence behind them that's within the next ring. So, with so many angles to actually play with, I think BRU have the most space overall.
Jump guard again shot out of the air. Attack all around, going for chain revives, but they all just kept getting... stop doing this to Jump God. He's gonna get shot out of the air again. Poor dude getting farmed by other teams, but they gotta do something, right? Attack all around needs to stay alive in this round. Get nice finds. Solace, Onyx Olympus still cashing in on eliminations. BRU, despite having a lot of ground to work with, actually used majority of their grenades to get to that spot, so that could be their downfall. Attack all around this time. Another revive. Continuously reviving Jump God. This guy is just being revived to get taken out. Karma is not doing him good. Onyx Olympus barricading themselves. Twisted Minds catching up to them. An imminent fight about to break out.
Yep, Onyx and Twisted Minds had the same idea. They were gonna portal go. They chose 2 different buildings. One moved a little bit faster than the other, which affected the decision. But now, here we go, the glue wall melters to start clearing up the cover that Twisted Minds pulled down because they want to get right up and close against Onyx.
Here comes, there's the Riptide Rhythm, another Steffi from Zyru. That one's gonna just lock out all the utilities from Twisted Minds. They gotta wait it out. Saming is in the corner, Keybase under fire. This is the true test of Onyx Olympus. Can they survive the push from Twisted Minds? 4 against 2 for now at the front door. Good glue wall. They have plenty of them. Taken out by the Riptide Rhythm for now. As PE Sports gets knocked out in 10th spot. Onyx Olympus really in the weasel right now. Twisted Minds finally commits to it, but on the other side, BRU taking out IDS. Indostar stood no chance against the might of Buriram United.
Yeah, Buriram just a steady force walking up as Onyx 2 members still alive. Checked down. Gary, the last one to survive here, trying to protect himself from the back. He's getting shot from every angle possible here as Twisted Minds flush them out with 12 eliminations, and he goes down before he takes the lift. So sad. WAG, great capitalization here. Finally recovering for all the damage that they have received, and even finding a pretty decent spot here. At the very least, looking on every other team who are trying to pour into the ring.
WAG now, they are the ones, alongside BRU, who has had a good game so far. Twisted Minds, just good coordination to get rid of Onyx Olympus. Kind of blows the playing field wide open. BRU continuing the aggressive match to take out attack all around. This top 5 teams remain in this game. BRU on a killing spree so far.
Yeah, they are playing so well right now. just maintaining their front lines every single time, continuously pushing people out. I mean, Twisted Minds, unfortunately, not exactly the best position now that the ring is starting to close on in ever so slowly. Both Dix and Rays, they mutual pact. We just don't shoot each other, right? We both know we're just one squad off. I could eliminate you, but what benefit is that going to do for any of us here? So we do see WAG losing their natural cover and forced to push forward with glue walls.
And that's not accounting for the fact that BRU is right behind them. It's just too less space. Twisted Minds have a very good angle to work with, right? So much space, but they take the fight to WAG! What is this madness? Twisted Minds have really gone out of their way to give this up. Diamond goes down, Nameless also eliminated. This is a fatal mistake that they might not live to regret. Is Exposy and Saming, what have they done?
Oh, Portugal delays, the big difference maker there. Fuzzy is still alive, but BRU now being the full target under the might of WAG. They know they've got all the members in BRU. They're trying to keep on turning it around onto Twisted so that WAG will have exposed angles against them. Twisted Minds just need to take their time here. They're going to hide around natural cover by the tree. BRU want to take them out, but Twisted Minds getting closer and closer to the backs of WAG. They know they're out of this. They get eliminated. 48% win chance for WAG in this full 4v4.
BRU takes down the blue wall, X4 overwhelmed. Moshi might get caught. Time turner not in time. An even trade for both teams so far. Moshi has a chance to get picked back up. BRU loses him, unfortunately. Allen, the finishing blow. 20 eliminations for BRU, 14 for WAG. Both teams going for Bro is a mess in the center of this final circle, but Allen locks it in. Get High goes down. WAG finds center point. Wasana in the midst of things, but could not overcome the bullets from the Vietnamese squad. Cyrus takes down Wasana. Allen literally with the clutch at the end. WAG finds the first booyah for Vietnam for victory.
Let's go! WAG come out of there alive, beating BRU with their steady, forceful, tough hands. Really good stuff. I mean, things really started to fall in place for them. They were getting attacked so very often. They lost so many of their members, continuously reviving, and then finally finding a spot where they can actually win from.
And this is definitely a breath of fresh air. We talked about WAG coming into this, aside from Hua Esports, not playing today, being one of the top performers from Vietnam. And this round could not have come sooner, even though it took them quite a while to find their stride. But you can see the composure that they had in the final sequence, right? Of course, Twisted Minds made quite an error with that rush with the portal go. WAG took full advantage of that.
Oh yeah. I mean, as soon as you drop that portal go down, you want to maximize it. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough of a commitment. Plus, it was placed in a very awkward spot as well, right in the middle of the open here, in front of WAG. We're more than happy to take advantage of that. So nicely done once again for Alan, Cyrus, Krillin, as well as Xbor. They really needed this.
And I think, you know, Alan also making a mark as well. The final sequence, he has been cleaning up a lot of these opposing members. Look at the final moments as well, especially keeping your eye on Allen. Just surgical elimination, right, with the Bison in hand, of all things. Just opting to go for the semi-auto gun instead of a shotgun and making it work.
I mean, considering how bad the early and mid game went for them, I'm just happy that WAG, despite the consistent trades, despite the constant revives, they're walking away with a lot of eliminations at the end of it, right? But let's recap the game, because in the earlier stages, Twisted Minds, they were winning out very early on. Yes, Famos were able to put some hurt into them, but then afterwards, they really started to ramp up their pace.
And I think, you know, even for a team like Onyx Olympus, yeah, this time they didn't make it to the final sequence, but you gotta admit, this move takes some guts for Onyx Olympus to pull off, to not only put themselves in the middle, but to double back to where Twisted Mind was and, you know, fight. And of course they lost it, but I think the shot call from Onyx Olympus, that was according to them, the best possible scenario. They just could not kind of pull it off.
I think I would have to agree there, right? It's crazy that they were able to find a gap and then afterwards make sure that that gap was vacant in the first place. And I think that was the scary part, because it was a big 50-50 whether or not somebody was actually going to be there at that point, despite, yes, they have plenty of scans to work with, but even so, it doesn't tell you elevation, and neither does it tell you scans if one player is on top of the other.
Course, final sequence, a bit of a mess up from Twisted Minds, giving it over to WAG, but credits to WAG handling that very well, delivering the first booyah for Vietnam, and I think this is gonna cement them as a contender, right? People were talking about Hua Esports this, Hua Esports that, even memers, even the official Instagram account for Free Fire, at least for Malaysia, was calling them Kingslayers. But WAG might make it to that list. Let's show it to the Vietnamese side. Yun So, what does WAG have to say about that booyah?
And that is booyah for WAG. Hello everybody, it's your MC. I'm Yun So, and right next to me is WAG Krillin. Can you say hello to the audience, please? Xin chào Krillin. Thì bạn có thể chào các bạn khán giả trước được không ạ? So, congratulations on your very first booyah of the match today. How's your feeling right now after 1 week sitting outside watching your team playing? Thì lời đầu tiên là Yun So xin chúc mừng Krillin cũng như là WAG đã rất là xuất sắc trong việc giành được booyah ở trong trận đấu vừa rồi. Thì Krillin đang cảm thấy như thế nào sau khi mình đã có một tuần mình ngồi phía sau để theo dõi đồng đội của mình ạ?
Mình cảm thấy mình muốn cố gắng hơn nữa, kiểu như vậy.
Cố gắng hơn nữa. I feel like I want to try harder to satisfy my feeling, but also helping my team more. Then on the next questions, you guys having a really intense combat with Bermuda United Esports. So I think for the last fight, it took you guys a lot of effort and communications to become better. How would you guys handle those situations like that? Thì ở cái pha giao tranh trước của chúng ta là với Buriram rất là căng thẳng. Và tất nhiên là những pha giao tranh trước mình cũng thấy là mọi người cũng đã có khá là nhiều cái trục trặc và những cái khó khăn. Thì với cái booyah rất là thành công lần này thì mọi người đã có thể xoay sở như thế nào vậy ạ?
Cảm thấy rất là vui và cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ và xem bọn mình thi đấu.
Krillin đã phối hợp cùng với ai nhiều nhất để mình có thể đạt được booyah trong lần đó?
Phối hợp thì mình phối hợp với cả team chứ không có cá nhân nào.
Vậy thì lần này là không còn The Ghost nữa, vậy thì ai là người con chính trong đội nhỉ?
Cả team đều con, mình chỉ là hướng dẫn.
So I feel really happy. First, I feel really happy to get that booyah, and for the second, it is the effort of all team that we successfully achieved this booyah, not belong to anyone specifically. And the third one, finally, I asked him, since the ghost is not here anymore, then who would manage the calling team? He said everybody's also doing the calling stuff, so again, there's no one left out behind. Then it was a really intense match for WAG, and I can see that today we have a really harsh play for all of the Vietnamese team. So I will let him rest a little bit. Do you have any words you want to send to Bask Gấu? Thì mình biết là các bạn đã có một cái trận đấu rất là hơi mệt rồi. Thì mình sẽ để Krillin nghỉ ngơi một chút xíu trước khi chúng ta bước vào trận đấu cuối cùng. Thì Krillin có nhờ mình là nhắn nhủ vài đôi điều ấy, thì không biết là Krillin có lời nào muốn gửi đến Bask Gấu không ạ?
Dạ, mình xin gửi lời đến chủ tịch của mình là chúc mừng anh sinh nhật vui vẻ. Sinh nhật muộn.
Oh, so he wants to send to his boss, who is Bask Gấu, happy birthday, and of course it's a late happy birthday. Then cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần vốn của mình và WAG Krillin. Yun So xin chúc WAG các bạn sẽ nhận được nhiều booyah hơn trong tương lai, và đặc biệt là trong trận đấu cuối cùng tiếp theo nha. Cố gắng lên nha.
Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ.
Thank you for supporting us, and thank you so much for watching our interview. Now let's head back to the caster and waiting for our next game.
Thank you very much, Yun So, and also Krillin. Happy belated birthday to your boss. But for booyahs, you can never come too late. Better late than never, right? Putting WAG in the spotlight with that win.
Yeah, I was about to say that about Yun So as well, because it looks like she just came back from an Avril Lavigne concert, right? Like 11 years ago. The last one that they had in Vietnam was in 20 2013, the 14th of December. Sorry, 13th of December, in a matter of fact. That's how long ago. And only now she's picked up on the apparel. I do like it, though. I do quite like the way that the overall team is playing so far, and I think that WAG really deserved this win. They've been taking so much punishment and like so many bad conflicts for the entirety of the day that now it feels like, it is satisfying.
Even when you hear from, we also heard from Krillin that he didn't get to play every single day. There were some days that he had to be on the bench. And at the end of the day, this is a good way to kind of prove yourself, right, to everyone out there. Because we also ended the round talking about Alan, who really kind of made a mark for himself, and he is also our MVP of the game with 5 eliminations in hand.
Oh yeah, he opened things up against BRU in that very final fight once it was just left to the both of them. Of course, going for Dreki as well as Tatsuya, but again, the fact that he was going in with a Bison was rather interesting, right? Does that mean that like WAG for the entirety of the game were walking in not exactly the most fully equipped, or is that preference?
I feel like it's a preference thing, right? Like if you miss a shotgun, the shotgun pump, you gotta reload, but Bison, you have that spray advantage. I think with the Dreki in these CQCs, you just see people, you just get vision of them. We get info when they try to recover. So his preference-wise, Alan's got it nailed down. Dreki does help him get those eliminations in these, in these tight corners. But the lineup vastly different from what we've seen today. Not a quadruple Tatsuya like what we saw from Attack All Around, and not a Tatsuya-less lineup like Onyx Olympus. This one is a good mix of both.
Yeah, it's a good bit of a hybrid, right? You're not investing all your points in one particular strategy. You still need to be flexible at the end of the day, because it only just takes one of these core abilities to actually get you a win in a situation or an advantage. And Wasada coming up big time with a lot of eliminations, with a combined 19 eliminations for just the top 3. And then finally, we get Explore and as well as Alan with 5 each.
And it's dominating the Elim leaderboard. Now, we did see BRU having 20 eliminations when they went into the final fight against WAG. So, I mean, no surprise right there. This is kind of just another day for BRU. This is average for BRU. It's below average when they don't get more than 15 eliminations, with, again, Moshi doing almost 6,000 damage this round all by himself.
I mean, they were playing like the right hand of God, man. They were steadily taking ground and steadily just killing and pushing people out of their positions. They were too lethal, right? They were actual monsters walking up from that southern side. Eventually, they were put in a bit of a pinch with the last 2 teams, but up till that point, they had not lost a single engagement.
One of those few rounds where, yeah, sure, we didn't get the Booyah, big deal. We still got more than enough eliminations to make up for it. WAG, Booyah, 17 eliminations, 29 points. Second place, actually, BRU with 20 eliminations and 9 placement points. Tying up with WAG, so not that it matters too much for them. Twisted Minds coming in with 20, and then the real Attack All Around getting 14, tying up with BTR.
Oh, there's such a huge point differential between the top 3 and everybody else. Even for Attack All Around, BTR, and as well as Onyx Olympus, they could have been those top 3 teams at a certain point. Each one of these teams having to deal with each one of our top 3 members to try and make it into that final circle. It did not work out. They all lost their individual squad fights.
Yeah, and look at the overall standings. BRU putting ahead because no Booyah doesn't mean that no points for them. Onyx Olympus still 7th, and then you look at WAG, they've made it to 6th spot in a round where Onyx Olympus, if they didn't get knocked out that early on by Twisted Minds, they would have had a good chance to be in the spot that WAG is in right now. We're seeing WAG and Onyx, they definitely have left that impression. Onyx with their win streak, WAG with a massive round to keep their spot in that top 6.
Honestly, I think if Onyx setup, I think they would have been more suited to be in WAG's position, because again, there's basically no cover to work with at all, and with their A1 comps having 2 A1s, making sure that they can go right through them as well, like that would have been a pretty easy Booyah for them had they not dropped it. I think a lot of things could have been changed here, but it's time for the map selector. Let's see where our random map to end off today is going to be, and it looks like we're...
Statistically, Alpine is BRU's best map and one of their best maps, but for today at least, Onyx Olympus was the team that got the Booyah. So will this be the 4th one for the Indonesian squad? I mean, there's only one way to find out, right? Thus far, We have Onyx Olympus getting 3 booyahs. Bermuda, Alpine, Kalahari, Purgatory was claimed by Attack All Around, and the recent Nextera taken by WAG. Alpine to close it out. It's a true test to see if Onyx Olympus can edge out a little bit, because their first booyah today on Alpine sort of lucked out with the circle.
Yeah, definitely locked up with the circle there, but I think that, honestly, everybody in the middle of the pack has been really ramping it up. WAG, I mean, AG, I would say, is still in a pretty comfortable spot, and they don't have to work too hard overall to maintain their spot, but Onyx Olympus, and especially Attack All Around, really are putting themselves in risky positions. I don't know whether based off of the feel of today, how much momentum Onyx is walking in, but teams like Attack All Around don't seem to be too crushed mentally, even if they don't have a good game.
They've been getting average rounds, right? 14, 16, 18 points. So I think these rounds, though they might not get kind of the spotlight since they didn't get the booyah, but I think it adds up over time. But there are also some teams who has just not been showing up. I mean, Vamos kind of fell off towards the latter half of the day, and PE Sports never really got off the ground. Despite not being the first 2 teams to get knocked out in round 5, they still didn't make it far enough. Gonna recap on the top 3 performing teams of Alpine. We see BRU just miles ahead of everyone else, followed by RQ Kazu and Bigatron Delta.
Speaking of, Bigatron Delta hasn't been making too big of a wave just yet, right? I know their first three maps is usually when we see BTR the hottest, and then towards the latter half of the day is when they start to wind down. We haven't really seen Bigatron Delta actually win some pretty big fights against our top 3, maybe even top 4 of groups A and as well as C just yet. They get very close, but then they sustain way too many casualties before they get into that mid game.
I mean, BTR right now, they are ranked 6 in terms of points gathered today, 58 so far. Onyx Olympus still stands in first place with 3 booyahs and 91 total points, and then followed by BRU with 88 despite not getting a single booyah today, and then WAG with 70 in third. I think all things considered, right, Onyx Olympus, they are on the right track for sure. This final round doesn't have to be explosive, they just got to do enough to break through the 100 points per day is a lot. I mean, that's as much as that some teams can't even get 50 per day. And Onyx Olympus, they are on their way to double that amount.
Let's look at our top 3 headshots here. With Cypher coming up big time, 99 headshots, of course, everybody with a Trogon naturally. Wasana, and then finally Diamond. 99, 98, and then 91 for Diamond.
The craziest thing is all of these, the top 3 players with the most headshots are rushers. It's not even the snipers or the support that are getting headshots with the long range weapons. It's people who run into the middle of the battlefield, which in of itself is pretty crazy, right? And the fact that Wasana is not placed first really shows that teams are evolving, they're catching up. Final round coming up, we are heading back to the snowy peaks of Alpine one last time before we close out the day. I mean, any thoughts going into this?
Well, I'm hoping to see, these teams really start to ramp up, right? They might as well start taking these early engagements, especially if you are going to be on the far edges of this cold mountain range. Hopefully then, they might be able to cause a reaction, a ripple effect that will cause some of the other teams to get more aggressive, to give them that opportunity for the mid-game.
Most importantly is also to see, kind of check in and keep tabs on Onyx Olympus, WAG, see if this is a one-time thing for the Vietnamese squad, and will BRU finally get that booyah? Because they made it to the final circle plenty of times, they just were not able to close it out for all of those occasions. This maybe could be that chance for them to cement themselves, at least for the day. Everything brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra to keep your win streak alive.
Yep, you can make sure, if you want to keep your win streak alive, you got to make sure you have a battery that's actually strong, and you don't need to have an annoying wire in the way all the time. Just one singular charge, you're going to be able to get where you need to be before you need to charge again. Now, the flight path for today has been phenomenal. It's been great, right down the middle every single time. We've had a couple of really awkward endgame circles, but now coming in towards the mid-game, it doesn't look like we've seen too many big 50-50s where teams are given the opportunity to say, hey, you're either on one side of an island or another side of an island, and there's a 50% chance circle.
A bit of a shift in terms of drop zone dynamics. A couple of teams overlapping each other. Vamos and Heavy being the first two. Remember getting taken out. Snowfall, as always, occupied by BRU. No teams would challenge them. It has never really ended well for the challenger. WAG also under some fire, this time courtesy of BTR, and gets caught. Cyrus finding one of the members trying to jump out a window, either breaks his legs or gets shot down. And want to go for more. Allen backs him up. That's 2 down for BTR. Ekau shows in. Feels like a Hail Mary attempt. Ekau trying to run them down. It's not really gonna work out for BTR if they just throw bodies at WAG.
Yep, they're securing the eliminations as quickly as they can. iCal is the last one in the vicinity at this point in time, with WAG zipping around. Oh, they see the dash from iCal. He wins that out. X-Morton quickly comes in for the trade. And that's an early elimination for BTR Delta here at Rivermouth.
That is a huge bummer. The fact that they decided to take that fight 2-man down is complete madness. The shot call, slightly questionable. BTR will have the rest of the round to think about it. And he was divine, actually. They took the portal go and Apex decides to jump back in. So a bit of an indecisiveness, but perhaps that's the plan. Being attack all around, corralling them over to where IDS is lying in wait.
Yeah, but they're just walking around on the outer wall here. They use the whoa! The scan spot's out. Hey, looks like more people getting involved here. Indostars having been spotted out. EVOS need to make a decision. Do we back away closer towards our sniper and control the revive point here at Malaysia, or do we poke our heads out? Let's see the positions. Maybe get a little lucky here if somebody's head decides to poke out.
I think the decision is going to be the latter. Attack all around. They want no part of this. And EVOS brought, they caught the rest of the team there, so I think there's definitely an idea. But can they identify where the IDS members are at? It's going to be quite a stalemate. I think if you're IDS, you're not going to be looking to pop some hits for now. Just wait for the circle to close in.
No, absolutely not. The most that IDS can do is maybe creep into the current building that EVOS Divine is holding the roof of, but even then, that's quite a bit of a risk. They're just waiting for them to expose themselves. Ooh, oh, is that attack? Ooh, attack all around, just behind the Indostars. We're taking a more aggressive position on towards EVOS Divine. They heard those steps, and immediately they're trying to push the rest of the reinforcements back. They can't get to the roof just yet, but at the very least, they've secured this compound.
Just like what you said, IDS making the push. They want to take control of that area because there's a vending machine as well. Something that EVOS Divine can enjoy. Just isolated member on both teams. The back line, Apex finds Liam, and that's kind of the X factor that we talked about. That's the potential to turn it around for EVOS Divine. The second one on the board, Apex looks at Raz, drops the Steffi for now. Not able to find the knock, but IDS realize that they are not in a good spot at all. With Ruff going down, IDS forced to kind of disperse as they get eliminated by EVOS. Vamos also got taken out.
Yeah, Vamos got taken out by Heavy. Indostars getting taken out by EVOS. Like, we're seeing more squad wipes so early on here on this map. I was not expecting it. I thought this would be a little bit more similar to Kalahari, but it looks like, oh, wait, hold on. Jack all the way caught in the back here by P Esports, who now take the Portal Go straight onto... Wait a minute. The Portal Go is actually coming in from Twisted Minds. They control the neighboring second floor, but they control the roof of the direct opposite structure.
Yeah, I don't think Onyx Olympus want to fight this because Jack... He went down 2 times. He was revived just now because he got picked off by, I believe, AG Global. I think Onyx Olympus want to take it slow. At least gather info and kind of play by ear for now. You don't want to be the first one to make that move. Cozy is running into Don't Cry, catching him off guard. That's the second point for them. A fight on top of the roof. Onyx Olympus bringing business to Twisted Minds.
Oh, Nameless. We're taking a lot of fall damage here. He doesn't want to be a part of this no more. The Twisted Minds making some other decisions. Blue is already catching up here, so it looks like they're going to take their time. Diamond, ooh, wait, actually going for the rush on top. And he brings Exposi as well to take down Zyru.
That's just confidence from Twisted Minds, right? They've done it once, they can do it again. Zyru drops down, expecting help, but the rest of his teammate not there. So I mean, does get taken out, but instantly the trade comes through. Instant revive Zyru. Jack brings him back. Kime is needing a bit of help though. Ban actually shot at by Diamond, but Kime now also gets exposed because Ban was looking for cover. Nate comes through. Who's gonna win this? Diamond picks up Kime's, and Ban goes down as well. Diamond, he's the winner of that exchange. 60 points for Twisted Minds.
Oh, what a beast underhand that was. And they go for the scan. They spot out the last member of Onyx still around. But let's look at AG and Heavy, as once they get into conflict, It's not gonna stop anytime soon. Han's getting blasted from inside the...
Oh, there's a glue on. Dew was waiting outside for Han. He went the flood. Okay, it's open. Dew just get eliminated eventually. AG Global should be able to find revenge for the team. Vending machine, a turnaround, easy to get the revive back. Caramel gets the job done. On the other side, things are heating up between attack all around. BRU clearly attack all around are on the losing end. Trying the shorter stick. BRU just goes in for the finishing blow. Final touches. 3 points for them. Attack all around, running away with salt in the wounds.
Yeah, marked for death as well. Floki, I mean, a little unfortunate, can't do much about it. Position's always going to be revealed no matter what. But BRU cleaning them up here. Go and look at PE Sports. Boy, gets Onic. It looks like 2 knocks here and 2 points for PE Sports. Looking to recover as well. But even Onic, right? They can't seem to get their feet off the ground.
I mean, Onic has been having a rough round so far. PE Sports, a couple of revives coming through. And this time it's a bit more quiet. And I do prefer this side of PE a lot more. Play it safe, you know, just don't get into it. Just don't make those big risky rotations. Play safe, get the placements. Eliminations can come later on. They're doing it right so far. Heavy pushed out into the blue end. The worst part is that they are all over the map.
And Twisted, they want to get some stragglers. They're looking to declutter the filter here real quick. Hans will eventually get knocked here. And I think he knows he's been cut off from the rest of the members. Hopefully, they don't find his corpse. Yep, there we go. The elimination goes through, and Twisted are like, darn it, unlucky. Missed out on a point there. Let's head back into the docks. Maybe head back. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Big spot, Cyru.
Yeah, Onic Olympus finally having a rougher round. Twisted Minds. See the pass catches up to you. They're more than ready to intercept this. Iru walking through a literal shooting gallery. Still no chance. That's a wipeout. Onic Olympus again. Back-to-back rounds. Wiped out by Twisted Minds.
Yep, Twisted Minds getting away. Bullying down disadvantaged teams. Continue to do this. And I mean, it's 3 points for them, right? Anything. Oh! He eats it! He eats it, still survives, and Caramel has to hold on for a little bit longer.
And AG has a great chance in eliminating WAG, the previous Booyah team. No longer in the game, so we're almost certain to guarantee a new team to get a Booyah for this map. Attack all around is also out, and that would be 100% chance. AG, they gotta find some sort of cover, get into the safe zone for now. Everyone hop on the truck is Caramel to escort them to safety.
Yep, and now we look over to EVOS Divine. 4 eliminations. They've been taking it chill for a long period of time. In terms of overall damage, it looks like AG Do is going to be sitting on top with WAG's X-Bor just behind him, not too far away.
8 teams remain, but approaching the late stage of the game. Attack all around. The only team that has a chance to get a 2-peat Booyah today. BRU on the far end. Now you have EVOS Divine as well, cutting through. Might be spotted by BRU. Maybe attack all around at the same time.
I mean, I don't think it's that good of an idea for BRU to actually walk down this bridge or even controlling this bridge, right? There's not much purpose to it since this is only the 3rd ring as well. They're going to look on top of it for now, maybe look for some more stragglers along the way, but it looks like their hard read is good. The 3rd ring actually cuts in towards this bridge. Woo! Right on dot.
BRU slowly inching their way. I mean, they are at the edge of the circle. Very good gatekeep angle as well. I mean, this should set them up for success. Finally, a Booyah that has been eluding them the entire day.
Oh, let's see. It's PE Sports, on the other hand, not having too bad of a game so far. Going to be attacking Twisted Minds on the opposite end as Twisted Minds playing on the outer side. The problem is this is going to be difficult to actually rotate. They've got vehicles, so they might be able to rotate from the southern side around the lake. They could take the aggressive angle and just head even further up north, which probably is going to be the better play overall. But let's see. Twisted Minds, this is going to cost them some resources, and based off of Diamond's health kits, he's only got 4 left.
And attack all around, and PE Sports would be a standoff right now. PE Sports having the roof control. BRU nowhere to be found. So again, BRU just guarding the perimeter, but Twisted Minds could change the dynamics of this though. depending on where they touch down. P Sports should see this if they are paying attention to the back. AG Global, it's kind of a body of water that they need to cut through. So much empty space to work with for now, but Mr. Mice deciding to touch down at Railroad. If the circle moves away, it's going to make life pretty hard.
Really great rotation here. Great rotation. I'm not sure whether they know that EVOS Divine is actually not too far away towards the western side of the map, just south of them. But if you look at the overview, right, BRU, they're going to make a very similar motion. And Twisted Minds, they're walking out saying, no, BRU, you do not get to sit in this base. You don't get to sit in our safe spot.
Let's see. I mean, BRU, they're going to just start it off. Twisted Minds only have the littlest of time to prepare for this imminent assault. Of course, EVOS Divine can take advantage of this if they want to, but it's all about the rush. BRU, they have the entire northern side of Railway to work with. Maybe AG Global might change it as they also dock themselves behind the boulder.
Wow, AG getting involved in BRU. They're like, okay, bail out. We don't want to be part of this. Let us have safe passage. EVOS Divine, please don't shoot us. Let us walk away from this. And then Wasana remembers, oh yeah, we got a car, guys. Let's quickly get back into that. As we see one glue ball melter to show dominance. UAV is going to come out, though.
They tested my thing, actually. Oh, I did. Wow, Diamond started off. Sniper picked up before realizing what happened. And AG Global, they got to face the music. Takes the tune of Twisted Minds. Grenade that bounced. A rebound. Just right over Dew's head. Scraping by Twisted Minds. Forcing AG Global to literally take the back seat. But also corralling them towards BRU.
Yeah, actually, I like this movement a lot. Like, AG, they've got a pretty nice spot, other than the fact that BRU are also very aware, hey, that actually encapsulates the ring just a little bit, right? We might have a little bit of space to play. So now, we have this awkward spot of AG, one man down, having to face against BRU, because that's the only way BRU can actually safely walk in. Last time they saw Twisted Minds was by the structure of Railroad. They're out of there, they're launching themselves.
They want to get away because, I mean, Twisted Mind is using AG, is using BRU to launch a two-pronged attack on AG. And of course, there's no chance WAG finally wiped out of the game. Twisted Mind being shown resistance from BRU. Heavy out in 7, courtesy of PE Sports. Twisted Mind still have control of the perimeter, the circumference of the safe zone. AG Global finds themselves smack in the middle. But they're surrounded by full squads. Attack all around. EVOS Divine, BRU, and Twisted Minds.
Okay, let's see it. We're going to see the 5th ring actually spawn in just a little bit. Once the rest of the blue concludes, then we're going to see the next pull. We've got on the top of the structure, we have PE Sports with attack all around underneath the railroad. And BRU looking down at towards EVOS Divine. It looks like EVOS Divine turned their attention towards the southern side of the map, even calling in a monster truck for some extra cover. They might look to reposition closer towards the tracks, but I don't think BRU is going to let them get in for free. Oh, it pulls above the railroads. Oh my goodness.
I mean, the worst part was that EVOS Divine, they called down the monster truck, which destroyed their glue wall and opened their back to BRU. Talk about a plan backfiring. How they gotta really deal with it. PE Sports gotta face the blue right now. What is the next course of action? Portal go. Gonna use it right now. That's the buffer. Where they're gonna head to. Right on top of Railroad. The circle right them. Smack in the middle. In the open. And only one team is there. I believe that's Twisted Minds. I suppose he's shooting down Don't Cry. AG Global no longer in the game. It's attack all around. It's gonna be the top 4 teams remain. EVOS Divine also wiped out.
Yep, and right now, Twisted Minds in such a god spot, right? Now, the land dips down towards Twisted Minds' side, which means high ground is going to be very advantageous against them, but they do have at least one natural piece of cover to work with. With so many teams already invested in, they just need to control that left side rock, shoot PE Sports off their structure, and look towards BRU so they don't wrap around to their monster trucks. Oh wait, yes, PE Sports!
They're getting taken up by attack all around. And that is going to be 2 down, LBT, 3rd. And attack all around goes down first. It's BRU to deliver the killing blow. Twisted Minds under pressure. Look at them relocating. They're gonna be on the opposite side of the arena. Now the Thai Giants up against each other. Twisted Minds and BRU. So much shared history. Twisted Minds let it slip away the previous round. But now it is redemption time. A boulder to keep BRU safe. With Twisted Minds, a couple of glue walls and a time turner. But Nameless needs a bit of space to heal himself back up, managing to do so. The glue wall taken down again. Nameless being supported by Diamond. Here comes the rush. It's 2 against 4. Diamond right in thick of it. The Tatsuya dash. Sami needs to give support, but that angle not good to work with. Not with the boulder blocking them both.
Finally. Oh, the Riptide Rhythm as well to cover the left side as well. BRU take a wide stance and Posy is by himself. They got no nades to work with. They can't flush them out.
Jonah is getting swarmed. The glue wall to buy time. Jonah couldn't buy enough time, and Exposy finds the flank. And he's also playing ring around the rosy, dipped in and out, tap dancing around the members of BRU. Is it going to be another round that BRU let the Booyah slip away? Samin goes down, Twisted Minds losing members left, right, and center. Moshi and Get High, combined effort. Samin gets back up, only to be put down again. Twisted Minds left in the hands of just a Diamond up against Moshi and Get High. Plenty of glue wall, but with the blue zone closing in, not much space to work with. Diamond knows he has to push the envelope, has to push forward, but he's gonna get swarmed. Same angle, tries to isolate the fight, doesn't do it. And Moshi will finally lock in the Booyah for BRU.
Oh, Moshi able to slip right through before he got almost getting caught off there. The placement giving a slight bit of space. Man, what a fight that was. What an interesting 5th ring that was as well. I was surprised that a lot of teams weren't actually going to try and play for those natural structures, but they were all worried that they would gatekeep themselves. They would gatekeep each other from actually making any movements. So there was a lot of portal goes still available for everybody.
I think Twisted Minds this time made the right call, just not able to win out the fight at the very end. Still, BRU, congratulations, right? They have missed out on the Booyah. This could have been their 3rd, 4th Booyah of the day if they gotten every single, if all the other scenarios played out in their way, but nonetheless, they closed it out strong.
Hey man, that's when the coach decided to give the Order 66, take the rest of them out, take away their heroes, man. Start that fight, be brave, be bold, and that's what BRU just did. They threw themselves at the first team, and it just the momentum they generated off of it just leapfrogged them right into Twisted Minds' face.
Absolutely. I mean, in this final sequence, right, Get High and Moshi working in tandem, and of course Diamond, he tried to isolate the fight, but like you said, the gap that Moshi slipped through was more than enough to turn on the lights for Twisted Minds. Still, 2nd place finish, not that shabby. Can't say the same for a lot of the other teams. I mean, Onyx Olympus, explosive start, but kind of a taper out in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I definitely think this final map was, again, very big, like a lot of ego challenges actually happening all across the board. You wipe out that one squad, you win out an engagement early, then you have that confidence in your gunfights to then bring on towards the rest of the map. And I think, some of these teams weren't actually able to feed off of it as well as others.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, they definitely got that surge of confidence from the previous round, right? Trying to right the wrongs. Even this final sequence, BRU and Twisted Minds both having the same idea. We're gonna go to the opposite side of the circle. Obviously, BRU getting a bit of a better cover with that boulder. But this final sequence, I mean, the fact that BRU won this 3v4 and with Exposy infiltrating the back, that grenade launcher, that RGS 60 point blank, was the difference maker from BRU.
Yeah, man. Anybody who knows how to use an RGS well, especially even at close quarters, they are dangerous people. Very, very dangerous. That's why I keep an eye on Liam in the kill feed sometimes, just to see if he gets another nade kill of some sort, whether it's from, a launcher or whether it's from hand. Either way, I think this has been a great way to kind of wrap things up for the teams, right? From what used to be very slow starts to full squad wipes in the early game, things continue to progress.
Yeah, I mean, the final round, all the teams are starting to ramp up. And BRU, they close out the final round, put a bow on it as well. It's a good conclusion to what seems to be a day where they are going to go Booyah-less. So I think, it's a certain things I expected. I expected BRU to be at the top. I expected WAG, which they also saw delivered, but the outlier is definitely Onyx Olympus. And for once, we can finally hear what BRU has to say about that win. So we're gonna hand it over to Yukideku to take this away and talk to the BRU boys.
Let's put your hands together and welcome Buriram United Esports Wasana! Yay! What happened to you guys in the first 2 games?
เกิดอะไรขึ้นใน2 เกมแรกคะ
ก็กำลังจูนครับกำลังมึนๆกันอยู่
we were trying to synchronize because it's like we just woke up and still confused.
Like try to tuning up something like that to warm up Yeah, just like your style, Buriram United Sport always come so late like that. And what happened to your games because you like to end up in the second place? What happened?
เกิดอะไรขึ้นในเกมครับแบบว่าเราชอบจบที่ 2 วันนี้
ก็ลองเป็นที่ 2 ดูบ้างครับ
ทำไมอะคะ
ก็
Why?
ปกติได้แต่ที่
I just he said I just wanna taste how that is feel to be in the second place because we always number 1
How do you feel like now because you're turning red, you know?
ตอนนี้รู้สึกไงบ้างครับเพราะว่าตอนนี้หน้าแดงมาก
1ก็ปกติครับเพิ่งหายไข้มา
I feel normal because I just recover from sickness.
Okay, let's try to ask you about other regions. What or which team is your biggest enemy?
สำหรับรีเจียนอื่นอะมีทีมไหนที่เป็นคู่ปรับของเราบ้างไหมคะ
ก็ทุกทีมนะครับผมมองว่าทุกทีมคือคู่แข่งหมดเลย
For me it's our team because our team are our enemies.
Okay, if you can play against someone, like play one-on-one, which one you wanna try to fight against him?
ถ้าเกิดเราต้องเลือกที่จะเล่น 1-1 เราอยากเล่นกับใครคะอยากเจอใคร
ใครก็ได้ครับ
Can be anybody.
How much confidence that you think you're gonna fight and beat him?
มั่นใจแค่ไหนคะว่าแบบเอาชนะคนพวกนั้นได้
วิน100ครับ
Wow!
100% win rate.
Okay. Last but not least, last question. Anything you want to say to your fans?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากติดตามด้วยครับก็รายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
Please support and follow us. We will try to be a champion for this competition.
Okay, and this is Pon Wasana from Buriram United Esport. Yay! Today is the last game already, but we still have 2 days left on this week before we getting break for the first half of the season. So stay tuned. And now get back to you, Shoutcaster.
Thank you very much, ladies and Wasana. You heard it from the uncrowned king, the only guy on BRU who has not won a single international trophy thus far. Got close, never touching it though. But it definitely took some smack talking classes from Jonah because he is talking some smack.
Oh yeah, he is. If he 1v as soon as he heard the question 1v1, he was just like, but I already do that. Like this is pretty normal. He's so confident.
Man, I'm so tired of winning. I want to feel. I want to taste how it feels to not get first place. So don't worry. Plenty of international tournaments where you finish almost first place. So it should be enough. But either way, BRU, Booyah, and of course Wasana is the MVP of the round.
Big time Booyah coming in for BRU, well deserved as they've been like steadily gaining momentum, gaining a consistent pace and tempo and read of the game. Their tactics have always been effective, but they haven't been able to close out these games. And finally, at the very end of the day, they do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, running the Tatsuya as well. One of the few teams that run I think they run a quadruple Tatsuya if I'm not mistaken. I know Attack Around does that. Okay, a bit of a variation this time with the A124 and the Skylar. They definitely made some adjustment contrary to a couple of patches ago. But still, you give Wasana and Jonah the Tatsuya. More than enough. Wasana gets the job done.
Yeah, and I think that BRU is one of those teams that prior to them having to pick out loadouts that give them a little bit more utility and information gathering, now I think they've come to a point where they know how to min-max it, right? Only having 2 of their members to be able to kind of like stand out in these tight situations, but more and so just to activate their bomber as well as their rusher Jonah and as well as Wasana in these CQCs.
And of course, Moshi also very reliable, right? Like he might be a sniper, but in CQC he is a rusher, right? He is all-rounded. But overall, BRU, as much as people kind of say maybe teams are catching up to them, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, if you want consistency, you want explosive rounds, BRU will always deliver one way or the other. So eliminate leaders, Diamond on top, followed by Exposy and Hans, and then Jonah and stop.
Not too surprised about this. Like, if people are assuming that BRU are going to get a lot of elimination points this time round, I don't think they will, right? Because again, that final ring made it super awkward. Only Twisted Lines had a free vantage point to shoot at everybody else between Closure 5, 6, and as well as 7. And we look at our key players, right? Blue Wall's use coming out from Wasana 25, but we also seeing Huang An with 7 knockdowns as well.
One of the better rounds for PE Sports for sure, right? They made it past the gruesome mid-game. Even the early game wasn't really kind to them the entire day. So one of the few late game appearances, the only one for PE Sports, just unable to close it out, unfortunately. Better than nothing. Wasana with that MVP title puts him in the same spot as Ma'ao, but in terms of eliminations, Wasana is just ahead by 44 elims.
That's so ridiculous. So very ridiculous. He's got so many eliminations so far, but don't worry, there's going to be plenty of time to actually catch back up, right? There's still many more days to go through, many more MVPs to be earned throughout.
Yeah, I mean, if we need a tiebreaker for MVP leader, we know who's gonna win this. Like you cannot beat him in eliminations. Just get more MVP, and that means you gotta get more Booyah Mao and then everyone else contending for the title, because there is some prize money involved. BRU 24 points, 12 elims and a Booyah, followed by Twisted Minds with 22. Only difference being that Booyah and PE Sports getting 15. Best performance of the day.
All right, pretty nice, pretty nice. We're not seeing any double digits in terms of the elimination points, because a lot of these squads just got wiped out super early. You don't get to farm them over a decent 3 periods with a ring closures worth of time. But so far, we look at the day 7 summary, and BRU consistent, clean, and a forceful hand with a singular Booyah underneath in their pockets. They still end up with 112 points at the end of the day.
This is why we said at the start of the day that eliminations is the biggest difference maker. Look at that. I mean, in terms of placement points, they're only ahead of Onyx Olympus by 2, but in terms of elimination points, they're ahead by a mile. Overall standings by the end of day 7 to kick off week 3, BRU at the top in 510 points, breaking the 500-point mark. This is my second, AG third, RQ Kazu bumped down to 4th, but they will be in action starting tomorrow and Sunday. Tackle around 5th, and even WAG making it to 6th and Onyx Olympus in 7th. It's a good day for these two teams.
A very good day for Onyx, at least. They've overtaken BTR at this point, right? Even though it's a couple of points, at the very least, it kind of tells the rest of the team, it's like, hey, we actually have what it takes to come into this game and actually win it overall.
I think the saddest thing is that no teams from 13th spot to 18 have been able to overtake GOW, who was the gatekeeper in 12th spot, but are not playing today. So, I mean, Heavy got the closest, right? At 245 points, just 13 points away, but again, that's 1 round worth of score for the teams. Very unfortunate for these teams. And GOW, they are going to spring into action for the rest of the weekend. That means plenty of chances for them to pull ahead.
Yep, and I think they need to maintain their spots as consistently as possible, only just because Point Rush, it's the top 12, right? And you got to maintain that spot. You drop the single one. If you're in 13th place at the very end, you're going to get eliminated. So hopefully these teams do their best.
Yep. Rule number 1 for Free Fire knockout stage, just get into top 12. Ignore the first place. As long as you're top 12, you have a shot at the trophy. But that's the end of day 1 for week number 3. We've got more actions for tomorrow and Sunday, same time. Miss Husky and Getting Killed. We're going to sign out for the night. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.